From the day I took the oath of office, I've been fighting to drain the swamp. And sometimes it may not look like it, but believe me, we are draining the swamp. And there are a lot of unhappy people. You can see that every day. All you have to do is turn on the news. Every time you see me hit, you know that I'm draining the swamp. And people don't like it.
What a massive, unforced error by the Trump administration. Donald Trump would love this story to go away, but in fact, interest is climbing higher and higher, to quote Jackie Wilson. Look at this. Google searches for Epstein up 1,200% this week versus last. And get this, it is currently the top topic search with Trump on Google alongside his presidency. So Donald Trump normally, leans in stories in which there's controversy, like tariffs, for example. This is a story in which he's trying to get away from basically saying, why is anyone still interested in this story? But the bottom line is people are very interested in this story to historic degrees, at least this week.
Facts are that he's basically an administrator right now over everything. And that is every freaking country in the world. And he basically has been that way since 2017 when they all capitulated to him. And they were being advised under his authority. And that, I believe, is what's going to elevate even higher into that position after all of this gets flipped around. And the person that is his right-hand man right now, which most people don't know, and has been since 2019, that individual is going to step into the role of the presidency for 2024. It's not going to be Donald J. Trump. And I don't want to say exactly who it is. You can figure that out on your own. It has to do with going back to the one that started all of this back in the 60s. Might be his son. Could be. Maybe. I don't know. Possibly. He's vice president right now. Has been for a while. So I don't care. You don't like it, don't have to listen to me anymore. But that's okay. But you'll find out that John's been alive for a long time. He's been a part of the special forces for a long time. And when you know these truths, it doesn't matter what other people think, because I'm not looking for your approval in giving you the truth. That's the difference. If I was, then basically it would be a different story. But we're trying to help you be prepared for the things that are to come. Whether you like them or you don't, doesn't matter. We're giving you the option of allowing that information to be able to resonate with you and to prepare you for what is coming. And so there's a lot of people that you think are dead that are alive. There's a lot of people you think are alive that are dead. And there's much more that are dead that you think are alive than are actually alive that you thought were dead.
Hey, get a rhythm. When you get the blues, come on, get a rhythm. When you get the blues, get a rock and roll feeling in your bones, put taps on your toes and get gone, get a rhythm. When you get the blues, a little shoeshine boy, he never gets low down, but he's got the dirtiest job in town, bending low at the people's feet on a windy corner of the dirty street. Well, I asked him while he shined my shoes how to keep from getting the blues. He grinned as he raised his little head, he popped his shoeshine rag and he said, get rhythm. When you get the blues, come on, get rhythm. When you get the blues, a jumpy rhythm makes you feel so fine. It'll shake all your trouble from your worried mind. Get a rhythm. When you get the blues. Get rhythm. When you get the blues, come on, get rhythm. When you get the blues, get a rock and roll feeling in your bones. Put taps on your toes, get gone, get a rhythm. When you get the blues. Well, I sat and I listened to the shoeshine boy, and I thought I was gonna jump with joy. Slapped on the shoe polish left and right. He took his shoeshine rag and he held it tight. He stopped once to wipe the sweat away. I said, you mighty little boy to be a-working that way. He said, I like it, with a big wide grin. Kept on a-popping and he said again, get rhythm. When you get the blues, come on, get rhythm. When you get the blues, it only costs a dime, just a nickel a shoe. It does $1 million worth of good for you. Get rhythm. When you get the blues.
I am the perfect leader, 174. Yes, John Kennedy, 174. I am QAnon King, 174. Yes, John Kennedy, 174. Welcome to the QH, 174. When you know 174, give it up to God, 174. A new world view, 174. The new JFK world, 174. Michael Prance, 174. When you know 174, trust the plan, 174. I am victorious, 174. I set out to win and I'm going to win. I am victorious, 174. Michael Brosnan, 174. Yes, I am coming home, 174.
Well, I mean, if you want to get just blunt, Lil Nas is having anal sex with the devil in his video, and he's standing right there next to, at the Super Bowl with his wife, Joel Osteen. Yeah, his name's Joel Osteen. He's kind of like a big pastor, kind of famous for religion, not faith, because religion is going to die and faith is going to fly. He's standing there at the Super Bowl with his wife on his right, because that's his right-hand man. And on the left is Lil Nas, who's having anal sex with the devil in his video, with his new tennis shoes that have blood on them. And so this is who you're going to have a picture with, Joel Osteen.
They don't deserve the stuff they have because they stole it from our country. George Bush started giving it away in 1970. He became the first U.S. ambassador to China in 1969 with Mao, who went to China Yale, and Bush went to Yale here in the United States, Skull and Bones, and their numbers 322, and the Georgia Guidestones were put up on March 22nd, 322. George W. Bush's birthday, 1980. 190 greatest comeback ever, 198. But 198 is 18, which is 666. It's Grace. 322 is 34 Grace, because they think they're the one, and they definitely 666. So you had the sixes, and you got a 12. You put a 2. Then you got a 1. You got 226. You got who, because they think they're who. Look at their owl. Who, and that's 92. Uranium on the periodic table is 92. You had the 1, 93. Red shoes, 93. The Pope wears red shoes. The opposite of the OK sign. The front side's 39, angel. The back side's 93. And you put the OK sign up. And that's 132, most high magic. They think they're most high magic. See, they think they're magic. KKK is 33. Magic's 33. But 33 times 3 is 99, which is most high. So he's most high and he's magic. And that's why he stayed in room 132 at the hotel there in South Carolina, off the shore of what's that island? No, there's an island, Fort Sumner Hotel. It's at 1 King Street. That's 1 King Truth. Yeah. That's 141 Truth. I am the storm, truth. I am the truth storm. And he stayed back. That's when he worked at the Navy. But when he was president, he went back there and stayed again, but I don't know which room he stayed in. But I do know he stayed there when he was working for the Navy. And that building had two addresses, had one on the side and one on the front. And you start on the left-hand side, and it was on that particular corner, so you could look at the left-hand side. And the left-hand side was 27, and the front was 29. 27 is JFK, and 29 is 149, the Anointed One, his birthday. And of course, my kids are 27 and 29 because my whole life's stupid coded. But 27 and 29 is 56 light, and he is the light. So everything's just laid out perfectly, and this hotel is just, swimming in stupid codes, this place. And all I can tell you is it started the whole transhumanism thing was an abomination, Obama nation. So they were trying to tear down us and build what they wanted. They wanted us with chips in us. So perfection 111, that's us. God creation 111, that's us. Perfection 111, humanity 111, that's us. Man, woman, Q 111. The start 111. At the start, man, woman, Q has a baby, a child. Child 73, perfect 73. But see, vaccinations 111. Perfection 111. They think they can do it better. Lucifer always thinks he can beat God at everything, and he can't. He can't even come close. And so Starbucks is a mermaid. That's an abomination. They tore down the man, the woman, the Twin Towers, and they built Baphomet, the Freedom Tower. And FT. F is 6, T is 20, 26, God 26. They think their God is both sexes, the man and the woman. Michael Obama, dick down below, tits up above. That is not how it works. And everything they've ever done, even the gay people were like, holy crap. I mean, this whole thing came on so fast. This was at the very beginning of Obama's presidency. This thing came on so fast. It's crazy. It's how fast everything's changing. This is what the gay people were saying. Well, then they used the gay people against everybody, because then you weren't tolerant. But see, they're the ones that aren't tolerant. And that's what Freddie Mercury is going to take care of. Freddie Mercury is wise. He's hip to the skip. He knows what's going on. And that's not okay. And people don't realize that with all these drugs and chemicals and foods and vaccines and all this crap and, female hormones on the back of receipts and, all the hand wipes to take all the oil off your hands, which is the protection to keep the crap from absorbing into your skin, all the crap they've done, we can't hardly be what we're supposed to be. Not that there hasn't been gay people before, but they didn't have to help us along and just populate half the boys as being girls, So they're going to die, and we're going to live, and there's going to be no transhumanism crap, and there's going to be all kinds of things that help. But then there's also going to be all this stuff that comes to a stop. All the bullshit stops America 300. All the politics stops America 300. All the coincidences stop America 300. It's on the license plate of Lincoln, 1963. So A through Q, if you add all the letters up, it's 153. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
A through Z is 351. Notice how they're opposites from one another, correct?
Okay.
153, 351. They're the mirror reflection of each other. And so Z is the 26th letter of the alphabet. G-O-D, God, is 26. Well, if God is 26 and he's 351, the manifestation of Jesus Christ, 351. The 26th holy letter is 351.
Supreme Architect of the Universe, 351. Kingdom of Satan destroyed by a word, 351. Jesus Christ is the English alphabet, 351. God coded every English alphabet letter, 351. You see, you're starting to see how that he's 351.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if he's 351, that means we must be 153. Well, that's the 17th triangular number because 351 is the 26th triangular number, meaning that if you put up in a triangle one bowling pin for A, 2 bowling pins for B, 3 for C. By the time you got the 26th row and you had 26 bowling pins up, you'd have 351 bowling pins and it would be a triangle.
Okay.
So if you do that from A to Q, you have 153. Well, that's because we are Q. We are Q69, people 69. QAnon 61, U 61. Humanity 111, God creation 111, perfection 111. We're all that. We're U is the 21st letter of the alphabet, 777 jackpot. You're creating his image. You're perfect. Perfect 73, children 73. Ivana died at 73 because that's perfect because she's not dead. Ivana Trump 135, real most high 135. She's somebody else. You'll find out. So she's not dead. So 153, that's Q. So we are Q69, people 69. Here we go. Again, humanity 111, that's us. God creation 111, that's us. Perfection 111, that's us. Perfect 73, children 73. So the start 111, man, woman, Q 111. At the start, when the sperm goes halfway in the egg, that's Q, that's you. We are Q. Everybody's Q. So when Trump says he's bringing power back to the people, power 77, Christ 77. He's bringing Christ back to you, but he's also bringing your power because you don't know your Q. When Trump got elected and beat Hillary, he came out and said his first 6 words. He says what his cousin says. He said, thank you very much, because Elvis is Trump's cousin. He said, thank you, 115. Thank you, 115. Very much, 115. 345. Do you have your popcorn ready, 345? Do you have your weakness ready, 345? When Trump says we're fighting an invisible enemy, he's not talking about COVID. He's not talking about the flu. He's talking about you are your own worst enemy. And so it's a war for the mind. That's why there's memes, because you can see things and you can read them, and they have a different power over you than just hearing it or reading it, but by seeing it, the picture. So this is called the Great Meme War because the CIA couldn't censorship the pictures because they couldn't tell what was in the picture. They could only do the words. That's why memes are so important.
It was the 75th. They actually said, the banner said D-Day 75th anniversary. JFK is sitting there. Trump's giving a speech. He talks for X amount of time. All of a sudden he stops talking. He turns around and faces the crowd for like 6-8 seconds. And then he walks forward. And then he walks to the left. He walks over and shakes JFK's hand. And Trump's body's in the way, but it appears that Macron shakes his hand too. Now he's wearing a red tie, red 27, tie 34, JFK 27, Grace 34, which is 61, Miracle 61, U 61, Oh My 61, Wow 61. And he's wearing sunglasses. Sunglasses 136. Great Awakening 136. 136 equals 149. Just remember 149. We're going to get to it in a minute. But see, then he's wearing a D-Day survivor hat, which comes to 178. 178, son of the highest. 178. But see, that's S-U-N. That's those guys. Lord, how will I die? 178. Now that's an interesting question. How is he alive? How will I die? 178. The greatest ever. 178. 114, 178. Yeah, 114, trump card 114. Hammering God 114. Thor is 61. QAnon 61. U 61. Thor is the hammering God. Hammering God 114. It's on that drop 1440. Remember, he said, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. 345. Thank you very much. 345. God created heaven and earth in 6 days. There's 144 hours in 6 days. We're going to go to drop 1440 in a minute because 0 means nothing. 144. 144? Yeah, that tells you a lot. Drop 1440. It's got Q. Right there is the hammer on the gun. The drop's upside down. Q always has to be on the bottom. That's where Q signs. Flip it upside down and it's a gun. Matter of fact, it looks like a 357. And on April 6th, 2020, while drop 4620, April 620, 4620 was on the top of the Q board, Donald Trump put out a tweet on 4620, all capital letters. There is light at the end of the tunnel, 357. Well, on that gun is a bullet. It's dark to light, 125. Golden ticket, 125. John Kennedy, 125. Not for sale, 125. Hey, Sabrina Gal, are you ready with your 125s? Let's just revisit them. You go once, then I'll go.
Okay, let me get my 125s. 125, if y'all remember, is John Kennedy. So John Kennedy, 125.
Well, see, that's my answer. You
That
get to
was
say,
yours?
I got that one. You can say the other one.
Okay, I'll do another one. Biblical Lord God, 125.
John Kennedy, 125.
Welcome Lord, 125.
John Kennedy, 125.
Son of Light, 125.
Dark to light, 125.
Holiest Being, 125.
John Kennedy, 125.
Meet the Lord, 125.
John Kennedy, 125.
Christ lives, 125.
John Kennedy, 125. At what point is it mathematically impossible, people? See, the mere reflection of 125 and mere reflections 198, President J. Kennedy 198, greatest comeback ever 198, the resurrection 198. The mere reflection of 125 is 521. The wealth of the wicked is saved up for the righteous, 521. It was in the dark and it's now coming to the light. Dark to light 125. Golden ticket 125. Here is your golden ticket. You have wealth and then you have wealth. You have John Kennedy 125. Golden ticket 125. Not for sale. $125. Neither one of my presidents, the only two I can count as my presidents, neither one of them are for sale. So, we're not done yet. He's at D-Day. He's wearing the red tie. He's wearing the sunglasses. He's D-Day Survivor 178. The greatest ever 178. Sexiest man alive 178. Lord, how will I die 178. But see, D-Day Survivor is DDS. D is 4, that's 8, and S is 19, and 8 and 19 is 27 JFK. how obvious is it? It was to me on the next day. I didn't watch D-Day the day it came out. I did watch it the next day on 6/7, and 67 spelled out comes 162, the Invisible Man. 162. J is 10, which is 1. Because 0 means nothing. F is 6, there's your 6. And K is 11, 1, 1, there's your 2. 162, the Invisible Man. Trump's just hiding him. Trump's running interference. President Trump, 198. President J. Kennedy, 198. DJT, 34. Grace, 34. The red tie tells you. Red tie. Red 27, tie 34. JFK 27, Grace 34. But see, JFK is 27, but tie, TIE. T, that's 20. 20 spelled out as 107, which is Superman. Can't kill Superman. So,
scientist, I rock the house and sign the tits, and that's it. Don't take no astrophysicist to make your ass go fix. Now sisters kick it. Yeah, I keep it cool like Eskimo chicks on Discovery Channel. I'm hot like Telemundo chicas on a solar panel. See me on daytime TV chilling in my Bob Marley tee. I slap you silly, I'm from Philly, I'm not sorry, that's me. I am the robot Elvis, rocking my bionic pelvis. I'm technotronic, sipping vodka tonic. Yeah, I'm selfish. I am the killer, shaking up some old rock and roll.
Them drum machines ain't got no soul.
I'm not a rocket scientist, I rock the house and sign the tits, and that's it. Don't take no astrophysicist to make your ass go fix. Now sisters kick it. This is mission control, it is your status supervision. We read you loud and clear, permissions go to hit ignition. We getting static, please repeat your last confirmed position. I'm 10 feet tall and solid gold, and I demand submission. I am the robot Elvis, rocking my bionic pelvis. I'm technotronic, sipping vodka tonic. See, I'm selfish. I am the killer, shaking up some old rock and roll.
Them drum machines ain't got no soul. Them drum machines ain't got no soul.
You know, you have him, you have so many fraudsters there. President Trump has about a good 36 real allies in the House.
Yes.
Like, that's about a real 36 real allies, like Elise Stefanik, Marjorie,
Right,
Lauren.
exactly.
Those are his allies. The rest, they're just as dumbfounded as probably the Democrats are that he got elected.
What is it about Jeffrey Epstein that's so infuriating to people, so infuriating that it's actually causing seismic political problems? And I hope that they'll address it and it'll get better. I really do. But what is it? I'll tell you what it is. It's the frustration of normal people watching a certain class of people get away with everything every single time. That's what it is.
Reports out there tonight that Kash Patel is considering resigning alongside of Dan Bongino. It is not true. My reporting makes very clear Kash Patel is going nowhere unless the president tries to move Kash Patel. He's there for the long haul. Why is that? Because the FBI has a major investigation that looks at the last 10 years of what happened to Donald Trump as one large conspiracy case. No one's going to give that opportunity up. Now, it is true Dan Bongino is taking a few days to reconsider whether he wants to stay in the job. That's his decision. He's gone through these things before. There have been times when he's been on radio. He got mad, took a couple days off. I bet you he'll come back when it's all done. But Kash Patel is going nowheres. And I think next week, over the next 10 days, the base who's been wondering, where's all that accountability? They're going to get some big surprises over the next week concerning where the conspiracy began a few weeks before Crossfire Hurricane was open and when it ended all the way in 2024 when they were still trying to pursue Donald Trump to keep him from winning the presidency. There's a big case that's been built by the Justice Department and the FBI. It's been masked by a lot of this infighting and drama and soap opera stuff. But the truth of the matter is MAGA base Americans are going to be happy when they see where this is all heading in the next few weeks. Kash Patel is going nowhere. I hope Dan Bongino isn't going anywhere, but I do think he's going to take some time over the weekend to think that through.
The cover-up has been going on since 2007, almost 20 years. And so the real question is not, was Jeffrey Epstein a weirdo who was abusing girls? Yes, we can answer that. The real question is, why was he doing this, on whose behalf, and where did the money come from? And those are the questions that need to be answered.
So we're all a little creepy.
Did you find creepy people in Congress?
Oh, tons. Pervy.
Oh, really?
Pervy. I mean,
well, actually,
pervy. I mean,
seriously.
I'm not in the business of throwing friends under the bus,
right?
But in confidence, I've had actually reporters come to me and tell me of how members invite them to their offices. Oh, I have a scoop for you, and then make moves on them.
In the office.
In their office.
There's some weird sex stuff going on in Congress now. I keep hearing about this. Was that your experience?
My experience was that it's a dirty place. I bought up to, I can't believe I'm giving all of this.
No, but I keep hearing this from members that I know, and it's like, really?
I bought up to Brian Stile, the chairman of the admin committee. One of my staffers, there's something called the cages in Congress, which is a storage unit for us, right? Those are the congressional cages.
Underneath
in the basement of every congressional house office building. So I was in Longworth, and we're like, there's some stuff in the cages we might want to go check before we order supplies. And I'm like, the cages? That sounds pretty racy. I'm like, what's that? They're like, oh no, boss, it's the storage unit. I'm like, oh, okay, let me go there with you guys. He's like, no, boss, you shouldn't go there. I'm like, why? And he's like, well, there's some rumors. People are going out down there and having sex. I'm like, wait, is this serious? So I know a few other staffers from other members. So I went to some chief of staffs that I've known from the campaign time. When you're campaigning, you're talking a lot more to chiefs than you are to staff, to the actual member.
Of course.
So you built those relationships as a freshman. So I knew a couple of chiefs, and they're like, yeah, it's, it happens. Like, what am I going to do? Be the cock blocker, the sex police? I don't have time for that. I'm like, there's no remedy to this? They're like, no. I'm like, why don't we put cameras down there to create deterrence? So I approached this novel idea, which is like, we're talking about installing like maybe 6 cameras in each one of these sections, to Brian Stile. And he says, oh, we don't have time to focus on this. This is all based on baseless rumors. Then I learn that former members were caught having sex with staffers down in the cages. And that's why cameras will never go up.
No way.
Yeah. So this is what we're dealing with. I mean, the last place on earth I ever thought I'd have to deal with sex scandals was in the government building.
But why in the government building? Like, everyone has a house, right?
Can I tell you something? I think part of it is this dominance fetish problem that they have in DC.
Interesting. What is that?
It's the power. Like, we're in Congress. I'm a staffer of the Hill, and you're coming here to service me. That's the mentality, whether you're a member or a staff or whatever, it's a dirty mentality. And I'm from New York. I have a high threshold for dirty and sleazy. But even for me, that kind of went like a notch above. And I'm like,
Mike Benz says Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Trump administration can, in fact, fix this Epstein fiasco if they do this one thing.
But what I'm telling you, and I'm telling thousands of people and policymakers and Justice Department officials watching this, is you cannot throw up your hands and say, well, we don't want to spend precious resources on a wild goose chase, sifting through hundreds of thousands of dollars of hundreds of thousands of classified documents at the Senate. You don't need to. Less than 5 years ago, your office produced a report about Jeffrey Epstein's intelligence connections. You have access to every single one of those documents. There is no excuse that you cannot revisit those and there's no reason we, the American people, can't see what was said about Epstein's intelligence dossier or ties in your own investigation of the very topic. That reported directly to Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi, if she does this, I think will be a hero. If she doesn't, I think it will be a part of the legacy. And it's an easy thing to not do. If you claim you didn't know about it, you didn't think to look at a plea deal review from 11 years ago and a in-house report done 5 years ago. But I'm telling you now, you can't plead ignorance. There's no more plausible deniability. The OPR report, all of the meta information has to be made public. The private transcripts with Alex Acosta on the intelligence topic have to be made public, or else it's a cover-up. So, you're either a hero on this or you're covering it up. And I implore, if you want the American people's trust at a moment where it feels badly damaged, this is an immediate thing. You can do this with a 1-month turnaround. And this will be the litmus test for whether or not this was good faith or not.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Catherine Rumler, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it. Outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
Here's 5 fun facts about Jewish Jeffrey Epstein. Number 1, Epstein, in addition to his island, of course, had a palatial New York row house, which was endlessly visited by world leaders, including Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel, and countless others. Now, what's curious about that row house is that his next-door neighbor while there, again to Jeffrey Epstein, was none other than Howard Lutnick, the Jewish individual who is Donald Trump's Secretary of Commerce. So one of the most powerful people of the Trump administration was living next door to Jeffrey Epstein. Number 2, Ghislaine Maxwell, the famed right-hand woman of Jeffrey Epstein, also Jewish, is of course photographed endlessly with people like Donald Trump, with Elon Musk, with Hillary and Bill Clinton. Ghislaine also, of course, was at the wedding of Chelsea Clinton. Very curious. And Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert, was not only an Israeli super spy, there's an entire book about his esteemed life doing so and spying on behalf of Mossad and Israel, but also a billionaire whose personal friend, Samuel Pizar, happens to also be the stepfather to none other than Secretary Anthony Tony Blinken, who under the Biden administration, many people claimed was running the country. Joe Biden's children, all married Jews. Kamala Harris married a Jew, but the person running the country not only was Jewish, but also a longtime family friend of none other than Robert Maxwell, father of Ghislaine. Number 3, Peter Thiel, who many individuals recognize as the groomer of J.D. Vance. Not only did he fund his rise to political prominence, but also employed him at multiple companies prior to doing so. Now, Peter Thiel, obviously the funding behind Palantir, with its Jewish CEO, Alex Karp, which was recently given massive contracts from the government to build databases on all U.S. citizenry, which should give us pause. But prior to Palantir, Peter Thiel was involved in endless Silicon Valley startups, including Carbine 911, which on its board of directors included Ed Barak, who we previously mentioned visited Jeffrey Epstein's home, and in addition also had monetary ties to none other than Jeffrey Epstein himself. Not only is the Trump and Vance administration tied directly to Epstein, but so was the Biden administration, the Trump administration, the Obama administration, and all the way back to the Clintons. So for 25 plus years, this has been a developing, blossoming relationship. Now, in the present, why aren't we seeing these files released? Why aren't we seeing these people investigated? Kash Patel, whose girlfriend, prior to meeting Kash at a formal function, who happens to be half his age, 1,000 times his beauty, happened to work for PragerU, whose senior-most leadership of all places prior to PragerU was working for Israeli 8200 Mossad, the literal intelligence agency of the Israeli government. Rather curious. Which brings us to number 5, which is the extended Blinken family. Because not only are the Blinkens directly connected to Robert Maxwell and family through Samuel Pizar, we have Tony Blinken's wife, Evan Riley, whose grandfather is none other than James Rowley, the individual who was the head of the Secret Service during the Kennedy assassination. So what do we have? We've got world leaders that at every angle are tied into what appears to be a blackmail, bribery, espionage, and in some cases, a assassination brigade that are out and at every turn have subverted the U.S. politicians and the U.S. government for the exclusive benefit of the nation of Israel, which might be why the United States has been doling out endless dollars, not only to Israel, but also to Jewish leaders the world over, including Zelensky over in Ukraine, as well as Keir Starmer in the UK, both of those individuals Jewish, as well as the world leaders who are now in charge of El Salvador, Panama, Venezuela, Mexico, and countless other South and Central American nations, even those where Jews might not be more than one in every 50,000 citizens. So what do we have for Epstein? We have basically what looks like a Jewish intelligentsia that have been utilizing the Epstein Island as the latest rendition of the same blackmail, espionage, and bribery game that has been in effect all the way back to the assassination of JFK, which many mark as the turning point at which the United States was completely subverted by the nation of Israel and Jewish supremacy.
Boy, I hate being right all the
so high, I wanna get you alone. You're so high, I wanna catch you. You're so high, I don't wanna be your friend. I wanna you like I'm never gonna see you again. Because you know you're so high, I wanna get you alone. You're so high, I wanna catch you. You're so high, I don't wanna be your friend. I wanna you like I'm never gonna see you again. You're so high, I wanna get you alone. I wanna catch you. I don't wanna be your friend. I wanna you like I'm never gonna see you again. See you again. See you again.
Gentle, Donald. Slowly. Okay. That's good.
How much you want for your pot? 500. 600.
Introducing Cozone.com, the place to find computer help and buy what's right for you.
Hey.
Hey yourself.
Do something that brings money into existence that doesn't necessarily come because the Federal Reserve decides to do it. That's a big deal. And even though the funds would be in a certain place, they would be doled out over time. So their impact won't be over the top. But everything behind it, this is like a first shot across the bow. What you're looking at is huge monster battleships, Federal Reserve and Treasury. Who's more powerful, really? Okay, the hijackers with their ghost ship of fiat money, or the Treasury with its empty vaults and stolen, money out of their vaults? Are they a paper tiger? Can you reinvigorate them? Can you get stuff into the Treasury that makes it dangerous again?
So
and
what
how
happens?
would you do that?
What happens when Powell resigns? What kind of impact is that going to have on the system?
Well, because he would not be present, he's showing his disdain and that he won't be a part of a system if they allow it to go the direction that Trump and team are going to go with announcements later in the week. And of course, behind the scenes, at another level, a lot of the players that have been keeping silver tamped down and coming back in, expanding the amount of paper silver with contracts, and yet not being able to hold the market back. Look, silver went up $2.50 in the last 2 trading days.
Morning update, July 12th, 2025. Whoa, the activity has not calmed down. In fact, it's escalating. The spectrogram shows a powerful new whiteout event just after midnight and continuing, steadily past 6 a.m., with the central burst hitting hard around 3 to 5 a.m. Eastern. The bands at 783 Hz and harmonics are still completely saturated, indicating the system is fully lit. The intensity of the white vertical columns is similar to the peak from July 11th, suggesting back-to-back energetic surges. Amplitude chart shows A1 spiking close to 44, with elevated levels across all channels, A2, A4. These values confirm the presence of strong electrical and geomagnetic turbulence, consistent with emotional, cognitive, and even physiological overstimulation. Frequencies remain slightly elevated, hovering near 782 Hz and 766 Hz, which, while subtle, contribute to a sense of internal pressure or restlessness for many. Q factor is also responding, showing heightened resonance qualities again early today, often linked to the clarity of the signal entering Earth's field. When this is high during an amplitude surge, we often see heightened awareness, dreams, and third eye activation, energy feel. Many will feel this in their gut and heart, and possibly in the back of the head or crown. You might wake up suddenly, feel hot, or notice emotional surges like tears or intense reflection. This isn't just tech interference, it feels deeply intelligent. You may be processing cellular or ancestral patterns, geophysical and EM field observations, the electric field daily and E field. Charts show consistent electromagnetic buildup. The red bands in the E field indicate extremely high dB levels in the VLF range, very low frequency, meaning the charge in the atmosphere is still building or trying to stabilize. These spikes are not random, they correlate with the whiteouts. The geophone readings also confirm Earth resonance is active across the VLF and ELF bands, suggesting these shifts are being echoed deep within the crust, as well as above it. Final thoughts. We're in a multi-day energetic event. It's not just solar or lunar, this may be a timeline clarifier. You may feel exhausted but wired, euphoric but emotional, clear but foggy. The best move today? Stay grounded. Salt, hydration, body movement, breath work. And if you can rest, this isn't just an energy update, it's a humanity tuning moment. You're not crazy. You're sinking.
Secretary says the president is proud of the Attorney General's efforts to execute his Make America Safe Again agenda, restore the integrity of the DOJ, and bring justice to the victims of crime. The continued fixation on sowing division in President Trump's cabinet is baseless and unfounded in reality. That's from Caroline Leavitt. Her deputy, Harrison Fields, says of Bongino and Mr. Patel, the FBI director, the president has assembled a highly qualified and experienced law and order team dedicated to protecting Americans, holding criminals accountable, and delivering justice to victims. This work is being carried out seamlessly with unity. Any attempt to sow division within this team is baseless and a distraction from the progress being made in the public safety and pursuing justice for all. Now, while Mr.
Just a final question on this topic, since, of course, it is your expertise. What do you think would happen if there was an honest prosecution of people at Diddy parties, people on the Epstein list? Do you think that anybody would be left standing in Hollywood? Is it that endemic?
I think it goes to the royals of the world, the kings and queens. That's how they get there. Come on, it isn't just Hollywood. It's everything. It's the devil's world. And it's up to us to wrestle it back and fix it and kick their ass out. They got to go. They got to go. And, you know, I think God's removing them. I think God's removing them a boatload at a time. And how he's showing us he's removing them is when they get on the TV or what have you, they implode themselves with their friggin' lies. Their bullshit hit the wall. And they implode right before our eyes with their, you know, for me, it's like when they start cursing out the Jews. That's the devil. To me, I'm a Jew. But when you go after God and the Bible and the people who study every word in the Bible, I'm not talking about, you know, lefties and commie Jewish people I call ginos, Jews in name only. But I mean, us that believe and we study and we wait and we believe. And, you know, they just want to destroy us and everything that we have lived through. And it's a war because in the Torah, it says God created this earth to be a place where there would be a war between good and evil. That's what it says. And that's what we're seeing. And we're also seeing those who hate God. They hate the Bible. They hate people who are believers of that. They're coming hard on us. They're coming hard against us. And they're tearing us apart. But, you know, luckily, you know, also in Judaism, it says that, you know, though it looks like 99% is the material world, when we look out as human beings, we see 99% material world, physical world. It's the 1% that matters because that's God. God is in this place of darkness, this world. The 1% is all that matters. And so I'm just watching it in that way going, look at how Look at how God's exposing them. Look how they say one thing and do another. Look at their double standards. Look how they condemn these people for doing the same thing that they laud these people for doing. Look how they do. Look at it. See it. You're supposed to see it. You're supposed to witness it, because witnessing it weaves it into visibility, and then it will disappear. When people see it, when people pray it away, it'll go away. And it's all internal work. And don't be like all, watching for devil porn. Get it in here and, connect, see it, that it can be taken apart. Everything strung together with words, everything can be undone with words, the right words, holy words. And that's the 1%. And like I say, there's a 99% versus a 1% that, that's the chance we have, is the 1% in the 100%. But of course that's going to win, because that's the one that matters. That's all there is. All there is God. None of these devil worshiping fools, they're not going to win. They got a little bit of a show to put on, but enjoy it, because at the end they look like a bunch of assholes. Every damn one of them, from Schumer. Oh, they're assholes, and we're seeing it. And we're watching the people that are defending them, and they're assholes too. It's a war of good people against assholes. So be sure to witness it. That's my 2 cents.
We often say on this program, Roseanne, it's a war of darkness versus light. But good people versus assholes. We will certainly put that as a quote from Roseanne. That's the Roseanne version of that. Yes,
not a group.
God is in.
Because there's assholes in every group. So you're not fighting a whole group. You're fighting assholes of every color and stripe and belief. They're bad.
Mr. Bongino is thinking about his future with the FBI. We're told that both FBI Director Kash Patel and the Attorney General have every intention to stay and continue to serve. Mark.
If you were in the Oval this morning with the president before he left for Kerrville, Texas, give me your top 3 things that you would tell the president of the United States, that coming from a young person in the base and a dedicated worker and follower of his, that you feel he needs to do right now.
We need to enforce the laws of this country. And, like you said, Steve, there's no better question than who rules America. It's not the people. So we need to obviously have the declassification of the
You don't
Epstein
think
files.
Donald Trump as president, you would tell Donald Trump in the Oval Office that you think there's an open question with him as commander in chief and doing all he's doing? You would actually tell Trump you don't know, you question who rules this country?
I definitely would, because it's a blackmail ring, and anybody who wouldn't is not paying attention. Simply put, Epstein himself said that he was best friends on the stand with Donald Trump. So anybody who thought that these files were going to get just declassified because we pressured him enough or you voted harder enough is just lying to yourself, frankly.
Do you agree with a special prosecutor has to be an independent special prosecutor has to take over? Do you believe that DOJ and FBI right now, with the guys who are all close to, Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, do you think they have any credibility left to pursue this?
No, and I'll tell you exactly why, Steve, because in 2016, we trusted the plan with Trump. But now Trump has become the deep state. The exact thing we voted him in.
Why do you say he's become the deep state?
What is more deep state than covering up for pedophiles? Why would you go to that island? Why? Tell me, why would you go to that island? Why would you go on the plane? Why his top donors? Sorry.
Okay.
Why are his top donors neighbors?
Anybody agree with that? Are we going to lose part of the base if we don't, Burkhorn, are we going to lose part of the base if we don't pursue this?
You're pretty fired up about this Epstein thing. I just got a call from someone in Washington, let's not say his name, but he was like, wait.
A very dialed in guy, super dialed in,
really
super dialed in
guy. And he's like, wait, is this Epstein thing kind of big? I thought it's over. And so, first of all,
they think it's over because the media had 8 minutes of President Trump ask 20 questions and didn't mention it once. So even President Trump thinks it's over.
And so, Steve, what is your recommendation, your suggestion on how to fix this?
There's only one way to fix this. We have to come out of Tampa just like the Patriots did on doing like the Boston Resolves. We have to come out with the Tampa Resolves. 2 or 3 action steps by Sunday afternoon. We're all committed to, all of us, to say this must happen. And I think it's special prosecutor ever. But we have to say no more, nothing. We have to go forward with this. And the reason we're going forward with this, we're there to assist and augment President Trump, to help save President Trump's presidency, because they are coming for another coup. You can see it happening. Just like the dark clouds were around Kennedy, right? They moved in and moved in and moved in. They assassinated Diem in Vietnam, and then they blew his head off in the middle of the day in Dallas, Texas, with a patsy named Lee Harvey Oswald that we find out 62 years later was on the payroll of the CIA after they looked your parents in the eye and lied to them for 60 years. They're going to lie about everything today and hope that 70 years from now, nobody will care about it. Do you care about it? Yeah! If we don't come out of here united with Turning Point, as powerful as Turning Point is, if we don't come out of here and say, no more, nothing more, we must have this, because if we don't take down the deep state, we're going to lose the entire country. And they think they're winning. They're laughing at us right now. They're laughing at you. They're mocking you. This is the Epstein is the question's very simple. Who governs this country? The American people or the deep state?
Talked to President Trump man to man, eye to eye on St. Patrick's Day about this and the Kennedy files and the King files. It was all one conversation. And he said, and I agree, there are a lot of names associated with Epstein that had nothing to do with Epstein's conduct. They maybe had lunch with him or maybe had some correspondence for one thing or another. If that name gets out, those people are destroyed, because there's not going to be any context. Media doesn't care about context. So you can't do that. You can't destroy human beings by putting out the files, whatever they may be.
Pam Blondy's career as Attorney General may be over very soon. In fact, there are 3 reasons why we think this could happen before the end of the day. Number 1, Dan Bongino skipped work yesterday as Deputy Director of the FBI. Dan Bongino never skips work. He didn't like the way Pam Bondi handled the Epstein mess, which led to number 2, Matt Gaetz, who originally was President Donald Trump's choice to be Attorney General, skipping TPUSA, where he was set to speak today. He's not here. Guess where he is? Harmeet Dillon was also supposed to be at TPUSA. She's the Deputy Attorney General in charge of civil rights. I had an interview scheduled with her today. She abruptly canceled. And last night, Megyn Kelly on stage said Harmeet Dillon should be the new Attorney General. Now, we all hope Dan Bongino stays at the FBI because he's awesome, and we all know that Matt Gaetz has, well, confirmation problems in the Senate. But the ultimate choice for anything rests with President Donald Trump. And President Trump, if you're looking for a new Attorney General, I would like to personally highly recommend Judge Jeanine.
Hey, everybody. So EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin announced today that his agency will finally release detailed information on geoengineering. If you followed me for a while, you know this is something I care deeply about. So this feels like the right moment to share. I have been speaking with a whistleblower over the past several weeks who has helped me really understand what's happening in our skies. They've given me information that could shed real light on these programs, who's behind them, where the funding's coming from, and what we can do to stop them. I'll be posting an article on my X feed later today, so please stay tuned.
Guys, this is freaking massive. Shanahan just dropped a highly sourced bombshell report on X like just now, exposing secret engineering programs that are actively altering all of our airspace. Based on whistleblower testimony from a federal consultant tied to the DoD, NOAA, DOE, and intelligence agencies, Shanahan revealed that these programs never ended. They were just rebranded. The whistleblower revealed that these terms were deliberately crafted to dodge Freedom of Information Act requests and media scrutiny. Despite the president's 2020 order to halt funding, federal grants still flowed to entities like the University Corporation for Atmospheric Research, which has received hundreds of millions of dollars. Their own site even confirms ongoing involvement in aerosol placement, seeding, radiation modification. She also referenced the radiation modification report that confirms that NOAA, NASA, and the DOE are not only involved their expanding operation. For instance, NOAA is currently funding 4 active SRM projects, and NASA provides the aircraft capable of flying 12 hours at 41,000 feet, dispersing payloads over 30,000 pounds. Nicole also sourced 1960s hearings held by Congress on control and referenced that by 1979, nearly 100 federal modification programs were already underway. She also sourced a Bill Gates fund run by David Keith and their bankrolling of aerosol experiments, despite Keith admitting the tech could cause 10,000 premature deaths per year. Her report basically consolidates everything we've already known and confirms that this is the largest on
She's been waiting. A travel line for the fiending man, cause he wants one. You know, you got to. Can you feel it? Can you feel it tonight? Are you alone? Tell me, are you getting high? In the moment you are just so right. You right, love. Are you right, love? And you come on, lit up again. On the couch, in my bed. And you come on, lit up again. Flying. I love the cocaine. I love the cocaine. Mama, can you wait? Mama, can you wait? I love the cocaine. I love the cocaine. Mama, can you wait? Oh, can you wait? Oh, yeah. Don't wanna find
Years from now, some of them may look back and ask themselves whether they've made the right choice, whether they've made the most of the opportunities they've been given. Together, we have the same mission. Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve and that are not always warranted. But you have to put your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. Don't give in. Don't back down. and never stop doing what you know is right. Nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever came easy. And the more righteous your fight, the more opposition that you will face. In your hearts are inscribed the values of service, sacrifice, and devotion. Now you must go forth into the world and turn your hopes and dreams into action. America has always been the land of dreams because America is a nation of true believers. When the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, they prayed. When the founders wrote the Declaration of Independence, they invoked our Creator 4 times. Because in America, we don't worship government, we worship God. It is why our currency proudly declares, "In God we trust." And it's why we proudly proclaim that we are one nation under God. The story of America is the story of an adventure that began with deep faith, big dreams, and humble beginnings. The next generation of American leaders never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit. Never quit. Never stop fighting for what you believe in and for the people who care about you. Carry yourself with dignity and pride. Demand the best from yourself. The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. You must keep pushing forward. And always have the courage to be yourself. America is better when people put their faith into action. Pray to God and follow His teachings. Today, each of you begins a new chapter as well. When your story goes from here, it will be defined by your vision, your perseverance, and your grit. You will build a future where we have the courage to chase our dreams no matter what the cynics and the doubters have to say. You will have the confidence to speak the hopes in your hearts and to express the love that stirs your souls. As long as you have pride in your beliefs, courage in your convictions, and faith in God, then you will not fail. As long as America remains true to its values, loyal to its citizens, and devoted to its Creator, then our best days are yet to come. May God bless the class of 2017. May God bless the United States of America. And I just want to let you know that God blesses you. And I want to just say, you are special in every way. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, contending only with physical opponents, but against the rulers, against the powers, against the world forces of this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of wickedness in the heavenly supernatural places.
And I've set up and tore down this stage with my own two hands. We've traveled this land, packed tight in minivans. And all this for the fans, girls, money, and fame. I played their game and had to scream my name. I will show no shame. I live and die for this. And if I come off soft, fix you on this.
Are you scared?
Devil without a cause. And I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll. 30-pack of... no Rogaine in the propane flows. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift of gab from the city of truth. I jabbed and stabbed and knocked critics back. And I did not stutter when I said that. I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. And still they're ill and wanna see us ride. I guess because only God knows why. They call me cowboy. I'm a singer with black, so throw a finger in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say, hey, hey. Let me hear where you're at. Say, hey, hey. I'm giving it back, so say, hey, hey. Show me some metal and say, hey, 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 hey. I like AC/DC and ZZ Top. Vociferous beasties and the kings of rock. Skinner, Seeger, Limp, Corn, the Stones. David Allen Coe with No Show Jones. Yeah! Pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit. Soul from Motown, the underground. Him with tracks that Mac and slap back the whack. Never no way I don't play with. But watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the class. Boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, 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 flash. They call me cowboy. I'm a singer with black, so throw a finger in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say, hey, hey. Let me hear where you're at. Say, hey, hey. I'm giving it back, so say, hey, hey. Show me some metal and say, hey, 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 hey.
Yeah, I saw your band jumping around on stage like a bunch of wounded ducks. When you gonna learn, sucker? You just can't quit.
American badass, watch me kick. You can roll with rock or you can radio edit. I'm a porno flick, I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm gonna some after I rock this place. Super fly, living double wide, sidecar my glide so Joe C can ride. Boom, the share, bringing flash and flare. Got the long hair, swinging finger in the air. Snakeskin suit, 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sin, hear the rebel yell. I won't live to tell. So if you do, give the next generation a big. Who knew I'd blow a black? Except high school, on my diploma. Smell the aroma. Check my hits, I know it stinks in here. Cause I'm the. They call me cowboy. I'm a singer with black, so throw a finger in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say, hey, hey. Let me hear where you're at. Say, hey, hey. I'm giving it back, so say, hey, hey. Show me some metal and say, hey, 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 hey. I'm a cowboy, badass and black, singing, hey, 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 hey. From side to side, from front to back, say, hey, 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 hey. I put Detroit City back on the map for singing, hey, 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 hey. Kid Rock's in the house and that's where I'm at.
Welcome, Patriots, and God bless you. Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. It's good to see you guys. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Saturday, tomorrow's the 13th. That day in question we're still wondering about. Be interesting to find out what they were talking about, won't it? We are going to look at some news here, and then we'll probably catch up to Juan O'Sullivan, who's doing an interview right this moment. There's all kinds of other cool stuff to look at tonight, so we should probably get to it. How's it going, my friends? It's good to see you all. I wanted to start with this post. The coming martial law in the days ahead will be short-lived. Fear not, and remember joy in the morning. Makes me wonder if this isn't tied in to the 13th. Somehow, I really think it might be this time. I know how. Just when people get to where they're like, I'm so sick of dates, it'll just hit you. Over 11,000 Epstein documents are currently on appeal in one FOIA case with Maureen Comey involved. Go figure. A lot more than I would have expected. A lot more than they let on. So there's a lot of stuff that's been bouncing around today, be it real or not. We kind of knew this was coming. There were those conspiracies about Matt Gaetz and something being in motion with him to the point where he had to get on here and tell people that it's, not what they're thinking, that he hasn't been summoned anywhere, and et cetera, et cetera. Kash Patel got on and said the conspiracy theories just aren't true, never have been. It's an honor to serve the President of the United States, and I'll continue to do so for as long as he calls on me. And in a good move by Pam Bondi, she dismissed charges against Dr. Kirk Moore, who gave his patients a choice when the federal government refused to do so. He did not deserve the years in prison he was facing. According to MJ, he's the one that gave saline, blah, 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 blah. You get the picture. Not going to push it. House Judiciary Committee ranking member Jamie Raskins calling for a hearing to subpoena Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino to publicly release all information they have on the Jeffrey Epstein files. If you noticed in the intro there, the searches and people looking into Epstein have gone up 1,200%. I'd say what they were doing here worked for what it's worth.
Joining me now is someone who is asking questions, and he continues to. Congressman Jamie Raskin, Democratic.
I'm eager to hear what these questions are.
Maryland, and the ranking member on the House Judiciary Committee. He and 15 other committee Democrats have demanded that Attorney General Pam Bondi release any mention of Donald Trump in the Justice Department's files on Jeffrey Epstein. So this has been a strange week. I don't know how else to define it. And you are a part of the story, which is also strange. So let me just start by asking you, is it weird to, I guess, be on sort of the same side, at least in demanding information, as people like Alex Jones and others who you probably agree with absolutely nothing on?
Well, we called for the release of the Epstein files in the Biden administration. We've been consistent all along in saying these should be opened up to the public. All of the charges against Epstein were dismissed after his death. Of course, his associate, Ms. Maxwell, was convicted on 5 charges, as well as another French associate was prosecuted and then, I believe, took his own life. At this point, all the trials are over, and everything should be released to the public in the public interest, especially after Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Dan Bongino, the FBI director, Kash Patel, and the Attorney General himself all stated that this was information of interest to the public and everybody should be able to get a hold of it.
Kind of what you would expect to hear from Jamie Raskin, though, out of all the Democrats, you know. At least he didn't do what Dick Durbin and Schumer did, you know, straight up blocking anything to do with the files, but still can't stand Jamie Raskin. This is a wild story. Top cop's daughter, age 20, accuses him and colleagues of ritualistic rape and abuse in a shocking lawsuit. This is a pretty wild lawsuit. The daughter of a New Jersey police chief shockingly claimed that he and a neighbor raped her and other children in the woods as part of a ritualistic ring of Satanists who also burn kids alive. This is a weird story, and one that nobody seems to have made any videos about yet. It's weird because I think somebody mixed some stories up, and the next story that I'm going to show you, I found accidentally because of this, because as you can see, this label's different. Somebody labeled it wrong. A lawsuit claims two sisters were repeatedly brought to the woods in Rockland County, New York, where masked men perform ritual ceremonies involving chanting, animal sacrifices, and sexual abuse. It's partially right. Somebody combined two stories is what happened. And you got this situation. This one, I just listened to it.
The Northwestern School Corporation in Howard County now is facing a lawsuit from a family saying that their son was sexually assaulted at school. Today, our Marina Silva went through the lawsuit and now joins us to explain how his family claims it happened.
This is a 37-page lawsuit detailing the alleged sexual abuse. It says that the 15-year-old boy was assaulted about 20 times in the bathroom here at Northwestern High School.
The lawsuit says a male student told the boy, who is referred to in the lawsuit as James Doe, to go to the restroom during band class. The student would then allegedly make statements to the 15-year-old saying, quote, "This is what friends do." The attorneys say the teen victim is autistic and claim the assaults happened in August and September.
I know this is a little different than the situations with adults, but for God's sakes, it happened 20 times. And I mean, you couldn't go anywhere in my school without the teachers following you everywhere. I don't get it. But I went to smaller schools. I don't know. I suppose some schools are really big. We had like 900 students in my high school, I think. That's probably not super small. This, again, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is reportedly considering resigning. And again, it's, you know, was dated yesterday, so it seems like they've been mentioning this on and off and on and off the past week, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I look at these stories and sometimes I'm like, haven't we looked at this a few times? Ukraine says Russia fired 623 drones and missiles overnight. Such a specific number. Things are moving along so fast. I think world powers are really positioning themselves for what comes next. I'm going to get to that. Well, I'm sort of getting to it now. The Pentagon is urging Japan and Australia to clarify what role they would play if the U.S. and China went to war over Taiwan. In other words, you know, as it would appear, they're trying to get each other to take sides, which only makes the conflict hotter. But of course, looking at it between the lines, this is what's supposed to happen anyway, so it's kind of good news in that sense. But we'll take a look at the story real quick.
Australia, Japan and the US have agreed to a new pact to strengthen naval ties in the Indo-Pacific. It was signed on board a US warship docked in Brisbane and comes as the Trump administration reviews the AUKUS submarine deal. Michelle Jensen has more.
Good afternoon. A lead ship in a strike group patrolling the Indo-Pacific, the USS America, is docked in Brisbane along with 2 other US Navy ships here for a routine visit and to sign a new agreement.
You know, that one Q post says USSS. I'm not good with my ships. There must be one that starts with an S, and I wonder if it's going to be used in a false flag. I don't know. Hard to guess with some of this stuff. It's been a stressing day. This is kind of cool. On the left, your Delta for today. Try harder, nothing can stop what's coming. On the right, they're showing you that if you go by the Ethiopian calendar, today would be November 5th. Don't know, you know. They seem to be talking about the Ethiopian calendar a lot lately. There'll be a mass awakening on Earth, but first must come a great unraveling. I think mine will start with AOC here, who posted this yesterday. Wow, who would have thought that electing a rapist would have complicated the release of the Epstein files? You guys are going to have to hear me say some bad words here real quick, but who would have ever thought that electing a cocksucking prostitute whore to Congress would end with somebody asking stupid questions like that? Let's just say there's more videos of her sucking dick on the internet than Trump talking to Epstein, so sad truths. Don't have much room to talk, Congress lady. A pedophile in Madagascar has been surgically castrated for raping a 6-year-old girl. A court in Madagascar sentenced a man to surgical castration for the rape of a child in 2024, in the first such measure on the Indian Ocean island. The case arose from the rape and attempted murder of a 6-year-old girl 30 kilometers west of the capital of Madagascar. Person prosecuted in the case was sentenced by the court to life imprisonment with hard labor, accompanied by castration. Wow. Wild, huh? What do you guys think about that punishment in Madagascar? And a federal appeals court has thrown out the Guantanamo Bay plea agreements for 3 men charged with plotting the 9/11 attacks. Let me look at this.
A divided federal appeals court has now thrown out a plea agreement for the alleged mastermind of the September 11th attack.
So the deal would have allowed Khalid Sheikh Mohammed to plead guilty and avoid the death penalty. Now the decision unravels an attempt to wrap up more than 2 decades of military prosecution and suggests no quick end to the long struggle by the U.S. military and successive administrations to bring Mohammed to justice. Mohammed is accused of developing and directing the plot to crash hijacked airliners into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. We have new details this
I find it interesting we're talking about this because I'm hoping digging into what they're doing will lead to a little more disclosure in that field. Where are you all running off to? Am I that boring tonight? It's Saturday. It's not like there's that much more on. Moron. All right. Moving forward. Attorney General Pam Bondi is refusing to step down, according to this report, saying her track record on major issues speaks for itself. I briefly wanted to show you what the media is saying about the situation now as it stands.
In addition to so many of these other stories that we are covering, want to kind of dive into something that's really playing out on social media, but also within the Trump White House. And this is a very, very vehement disagreement over what to do about the Jeffrey Epstein memo that the DOJ and the FBI released earlier this week, essentially saying, one, that the case is closed, and two, that Jeffrey Epstein did not or was not murdered, that he did, in fact, commit suicide and kill himself. But now in the wake of all this, it seems, according to the reporting out there, there are internal disagreements about how all of this was handled here. Axios has this reporting.
And since you already know about that, and he's just repeating stuff, I'll sort of take you to what might be a different disagreement. Well, I guess not quite yet. I'll get there. Son of billionaire linked to Epstein on verge of taking top job in Trump admin. I can't guarantee that's a real headline. I seen this. I can't find it anywhere, but I wanted to show it to you guys anyway. Somehow I doubt the authenticity of it. There's also these rumors coming out saying that Dan Bongino and Susie Wiles are clashing and having yelling matches as well. I wanted to show you a few posts put out about that. This is from the Patriot Hammer. If Cash and Bongino resign and Blondie is allowed to remain, you need only look toward Blondie's ally, Susie Wiles. Blondie and Wiles have a long history as allies, former pharma lobbyists to run the Trump White House. That's not all I have. Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, dots connected. She's a co-chair for a company called Mercury LLC, which represents Uniparty Swamp. Mercury LLC provides funding for Gavi, UN Foundation, Pfizer, regulate and make money off of vaccines. It's controlled and owned by Omnicom, a massive World Economic Forum partner, controls the media, BlackRock, etc. Yeah. Which Alex Jones calls the mouthpiece of the New World Order. I don't know. I just don't see it. Things really are getting scrambled right now in a weird way. This story was coming on sort of as we were on last night about what was going on in Pennsylvania with the outage. The situation was resolved, but I wanted to sort of show you what was happening last night.
But we do have some breaking news to get to. A statewide 911 outage reported across Pennsylvania. The alert first went out before 3:30 this afternoon. Did your phone buzz? I was thinking, okay, I don't think we have severe weather.
I know.
And now we've learned what it is. This is the news at 5 o'clock. I'm Jason Martinez.
And I'm Dawn Timoney. The outage is expected to last a few more hours. Our Steve Keeley is live with some of the breaking details. Steve, what are you learning?
Well, we're on North Broad Street here at police headquarters, where they've had a lot of people in just 1 week here. Remember, the 911 dispatchers were just on strike, picketing right here in the median days ago. They were ordered back to work, and as they're getting back to work, the end of the week comes where they can't take the 911 calls in. We get this blaring alert. We get Amber Alerts in the middle of the night. Then this week we got a lot of tornado warning alerts. So this one, everybody looked at their phones and saw that it said Pennsylvania experiencing a 911 call service impairment. Some providers' emergency calls are being rerouted to our non-emergency lines.
It's sort of like what your EBS will be like. I got one too, just for my city emergency, this algae bloom. Yet somebody I know was out at the lake the other day. They said they didn't see anything out there, so I don't know. Maybe it's at the sewage treatment plant or something. I don't know. Shouldn't be there to begin with. According to this, there's been a $40 million bounty placed on Trump's head by Iran. I somehow doubt that, but we'll look.
All of this coming as a fatwa, or religious decree from Iranian officials, is calling for the assassination of President Trump. And they claim to have created an online fund worth an estimated $40 million. Max Lesser is senior analyst for emerging threats at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. He's been looking into all of this and does join us now live to discuss it a little bit further. First off, Max, thank you so much for being here with us. Can you kind of explain the situation here overall as a whole, what we're being told and maybe what we don't know just yet?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Josh. So there have been a lot of threats issued recently by members of the Iranian government, Shiite clerics against Trump or just against Americans more broadly. And what I would say is that Iran has been trying to assassinate President Trump for years. And now it's all out in the open. And what I've been looking at with my team at FDD is a particular website that is seeking or allegedly claiming to crowdfund a bounty for Donald Trump's assassination, saying, look, if you carry out this deed, we will compensate you with this money. They claim to have raised millions.
You guys know this is all going to come to a head at once, right? Iran wanting to kill Trump, Israel and Gaza, Ukraine, Russia, the rest of the world, Japan, Australia, Taiwan. It's all just going to all at once. And it's probably about that time you'll see that nuclear standoff style event that Juan always talks about. Yeah, I know, Lisa, it sucks. People turn on Trump. They don't get what he's doing and why he's doing it this way, and the effect that it's had to have people searching Epstein. The search is up 1,200%. That's exactly the point of what's happening, and it's worked perfectly in that regard because now everybody's looking at it. It's got something that people on the left and the right can sort of both talk about, I guess. It's odd, but Trump knows what he's doing. And if he does have people in his admin that were bad people at one point, I think they've been switched out, just like Pence probably was, either from the beginning or at some point. Don't know. But that's why I put all those great videos in the intro to look at. Just wanted to point out that, with SG Anon here, his account's one of the biggest accounts that are getting faked around Telegram and other channels. He never goes by SG Anon on any of his channels, so you're not going to find him as SG Anon. This Telegram channel here is a fake. Everything he's doing is the Q News Patriot. You'll find him as the Q News Patriot on X and Rumble, Real Q News Patriot on Telegram, and the Real SG Anon at Truth Social. Just wanted to show you that. There's so many fakes. It's not even just SG by any means. There's fake Juan accounts. There's fake Elon Musk out the ass. I've seen about 500 billion of those. I want to show you this video real quick from Anna Paulina Luna and what she had to say about some of this stuff. It's kind of interesting.
What I can tell you, and I would say that this model of transparency in the declassification of the JFK records is literally what they should be doing with Jeffrey Epstein. The administration released tens of thousands of documents, and I will say credit due where it's deserved. The CIA director, Radcliffe, was the only CIA director in U.S. history who was able to release something called the Joe Neady's files. What this file proved, and it had been hidden for over 60 years, was without a doubt, and this is not my analysis, this is not my opinion, this is based on evidence that we have backings on. Without a doubt, the CIA engaged in a cover-up of the JFK assassination. The CIA lied to Congress. Joe Dides, who was a CIA operative, did indeed have contact and was observing Lee Harvey Oswald, who in my opinion was a patsy and cover for multiple shooters in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. If you would have said that last year, a couple of years ago, they would have called you a conspiracy theorist. Yet every single person in this room knows conspiracy theory is only a matter of time before it's proven correct.
Even she's pushing
See,
a
for
bit.
most members of Congress, their job is just to vote. But for me, it's far much more than that. It is to weed out the systemic corruption infecting the cancer on this country. And the only way that you can do it, you don't make peace with evil, you don't make peace with corruption, you destroy. Which brings me to my next thing. These LA riots.
Hey. Even she's pushing there a little bit against the administration. So I noticed a few of these maps today were kind of interesting. This one's trafficking hotspots over cave systems. This one here is flooding reports on the left, cave systems on the right, or underground military bases on the right, I guess I should say. And then ley lines and cave systems. I don't know. They do all look quite a bit similar, don't they? Just throwing that out there, you know. Not trying to put a spin or an opinion on it. All right, I think it might be all of our news. Let me double check real quick. And if it is, we'll get on with Juan. I'm going to look at some cool interviews tonight. I think if you just listen, it'll help you get where you need to be on things. Even this guy changed his mind. He was kind of flipping out yesterday.
Well, America, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Dan Bongino just resigned. Why? Because he has integrity. And the word is that Kash Patel is going to resign by the end of the night. They're saying that Trump has been delegating all of his responsibilities to his cabinet since January. And that a whole pile of people are going to resign because they're not going to give us the Epstein list. This might be worse than we thought it was. And we may have been fucking bamboozled. I don't know. I don't want to prejudge this shit. But you all need to understand who Ivanka is married to. And you probably also better look into Don Jr. because the shit coming out about him could be the reason that that list is not being released. It doesn't sound like he is a decent person at all. And you've got
people base their judgments too much on things like I don't know anything about Jared Kushner, but it's a bit of a stretch that they're married, that, you know, a lot of times you'll find with people, most people, it's just not black and white and good, evil. A lot of people don't know the difference these days, sadly, the kinds of people I meet. Yeah, his video we watched yesterday, he was pretty off track.
Glenn Beck being exposed as a fucking Israel shill, like, motherfucker, dude. Motherfucker. Oh, I had high hopes on this bitch, dude. I really did. We were made promises and things were looking better. But this is all or nothing. We aren't in no fucking half measures game here. Like, if you can't give us the list and start fucking putting cuffs on some corrupt pedo fucks,
oh, there it
then you
comes.
can't do anything. We need to see.
All Oh man, come on, buddy. You're better than that. I know people are getting off track. You know they've been arresting people. You know it. 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 It's there. All right. Let's jump to Gideon's army and Juan. I'll be in the chat with you, and we got
This Independence Day, All Family Pharmacy is putting
a
freedom
lot of
back
good
in
stuff to
your hands.
watch tonight.
Right now, it's buy one, get one free on ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and
Drinking warm water before bed fixes tooth and gum problems
Hate
overnight.
these commercials.
He couldn't operate because
All
of
right, we're gonna start from the beginning, of course. Hi, Chris. There's Chris. Go ahead and get started because we got a lot to go through tonight. I wish we could walk.
There's a whirlwind coming, hear the ticking of the clock. Your debt's gonna do its time.
I wish I could watch all these, but we got a lot to watch.
Gonna do if I were you. I pray, pray, pray. Make America God's again. Heal America's high.
Wonder where Juan's at today.
Brothers and sisters, save our children. God bless the U.S. Amen. Shake America, wake America, make America God's again. Oppression and corruption, doesn't plan. God,
Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Hello, Juan. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, for sure. Glad to.
Let's make America God's again.
Well, I don't know that it was never not God's. It's just that, maybe somebody tried to hijack the ship or something, and we got to recapture control of the ship. And then I'm thinking maybe we, throw them in bags off the back end of the ship and let them learn how to water ski in a bag.
I think that's a great idea, right?
Yeah. They bounce good, those floaties, they'll get a couple good bounces over the waves. We'll do some big turns.
Well, Juan, the last couple shows we've been starting, there's a song that we usually start the show with. So I didn't know if that would be appropriate with everything going on.
Oh my gosh. There's only one song that matters right now.
There's only one song that matters. So you get the end of the song. I get the beginning. Here's to integrity. They always had our votes, but that's not all she wrote. Let's not forget Dominion fraud and those traitorous turncoats.
2020, it's not over yet.
And it's really not over yet. Hallelujah.
Yeah, it's becoming more and more obvious by the hour that that's where it's going. I'll tell you, the behind the scenes is this. Okay, so I'll break it here.
Break it here.
Yeah, break it here. We're going to get a special prosecutor. President Trump said, I need a special prosecutor. There should be a special prosecutor appointed based on the fact that Brennan and Comey and others at the FBI and CIA and other federal agencies, investigative and policing agencies, were aware that China was interfering in our election back in 2020. And the context was that Comey, director of the FBI, had testified to Congress that there was no interference that they had detected at the FBI from any other countries in the coming 2020 election. So he does that, I think, July or so of 2020, coming up on the federal election. Within days of that, miraculously, whistleblowers, information leaked that China had been sending counterfeit driver's licenses to the U.S. Now, one shipment got intercepted of many. Had about 20,000 fake driver's licenses in Illinois. And, it's pretty complex because they have to have an address inside of a certain voting district where certain offices are at. And it wasn't just about the presidential election, it was about all the down ballot stuff too, congressional and Senate and things like that. So, with that in mind, here he testified there was no indication of any foreign interference in the coming 2020 election. He knew about those driver's licenses and what was going on there and had intel coming in about that before he testified. So that was false, misleading testimony. So then as this stuff came out with the driver's license stuff, agents inside the FBI and at the CIA and at the State Department, by the way, were all ordered to destroy any evidence of China interfering in the election with this driver's license thing, anybody that was bringing it up. Think about that. Destroying evidence of election interference by another nation state, in this case, China. That's pretty big information.
Wow.
And so Trump, Kash Patel, sent information about this that was to be released over to Senator Grassley. And Senator Grassley wanted to make it part of his investigation. He asked for additional paperwork from FBI, CIA, everybody on this as a result of Kash giving him this information, confirming what whistleblowers had said all the way back in the summer of 2020. President Trump, in retweeting that at the same time, says we need a special prosecutor. Well, we've been needing that for 5 years, but never got it. So now it appears that Congress is now in agreement with President Trump. We do need a special prosecutor, and so one's going to be named this week. It's not public yet, but there's scuttlebutt going around. And then within who would that be? I'll give you a little secret. A certain person was headed to an event where he was going to be a speaker today. En route, he was told that he needed to be in D.C. and rerouted and went to D.C. And isn't going to speak. The rumor has it on the inside, well, it's not a rumor yet, but I'm going to make it a rumor momentarily. The person that had to divert was Matt Gaetz. Well, he would make sense as a person put into the position of special prosecutor in this case. So I'm going to make a educated guess prediction that we're going to find out that Matt Gaetz is going to be the special prosecutor. And it's going to tie into everything because the special prosecutor isn't just for this driver's license thing. It's going to look at all the activities of Comey and Brennan and people in their authority and control. And even though it's going to be bracketed starting at 2015 and forward, when a special prosecutor gets in there, if they find evidence of crimes, indications of crimes, they can kind of take off and get a wild hair and go in any direction they want to go. And it's going to take them all over the place. It's going to take them into the FISA courts, where these courts, the judges were given information as though Russia was, doing stuff, China was doing stuff, and that American citizens, people tied to Trump, were somehow doing something illegal or some kind of a problem. So then they're allowed to be spied on by the FBI, CIA, etc. And that's exactly what was going on. They did false testimony to the FISA courts, paperwork which was canted to draw wrong conclusions there. And then the courts were frauded, made decisions to allow surveillance on American citizens violating their constitutional rights, including President Trump and people around President Trump. So that's going to be a big deal. And it gets to everything. Russiagate, the money that went from Hillary Clinton to Mark Elias over at Perkins Coie that created the dossier that was used against Trump in the 2016 election. There's so many rabbit trails, and it is going to go all over the place. So now that you have a special prosecutor, probably going to be announced midweek, maybe earlier in the week. I initially it was going to be like a Thursday, and I think they were still screening people, and may not have yet made the final decision on who's going to be the special prosecutor. But that'll be made at some point here, pretty quickly. And when that is announced or that's determined, you could have an announcement as soon as Monday. I don't think it'll be Monday. One of the things that happens in Washington, when you've decided you're going to do a particular thing, they'll start to sift it out here and there and let the press and everybody else kind of know what's going on. And it's, running a flag up the flagpole and see what kind of reactions they get in case there's something that nobody thought of that says, no, we can't do this. We need to do something different. So they kind of test something out, by floating it out there. And that's probably part of what's about to happen here. But I think it'll make sense. And don't expect the kind of BS that we got with, say, Mueller or Ken Starr back years ago. The reality is that this is going to be a whole different kind of an operation this time around. And it won't be your last couple times kind of a special prosecutor. This is going to go wild places. And by the way, if the special prosecutor finds that crimes of treason have occurred, they don't have to just refer it back into the Justice Department. They can refer it to the military for military tribunals. And so, of course, Jerry, that we released a couple weeks ago the Gitmo 2025 coin. Okay. Gitmo open for business 2025. So I think people need to mentally be prepared, understanding that everything you've been thinking, hoping, dreaming for a long time is about to all start coming to pass. It's going to be pretty epic here. So anyway, just food for thought. And of course, the other thing is, watch the water. The other coin that we have is the watch the water coin. And look at what happened with the weather control and the storms, just as we had kind of indicated to everybody. So all of the coins in the series tell a story. And, I think it's a lot of fun for folks to get to have. Of course, you saw what happened with silver the last 2 trading days. Went up 250. Which is very dramatic and is pretty well poised to go quite a bit higher over the next many weeks and months. I mean, radically higher. So we'll see. It's going to be very interesting.
You can get the coins on GenSite and All Patriots.
Well, yeah. So the deal with GenSite is that we get some allocations over there. The Mint can only make them so fast because we do a deeper strike, a proof quality coin. It's not just an uncirculated coin, it's a proof quality. If you look at the U.S. Mint, you have to look at proof quality, say, Silver Eagles for a comparison. and we're priced under what they are just a little bit, but it's the exact same process, and a special polished blank that they have to use to do it. And so we sell the larger quantities over at the Gum Road, and then the smaller quantities over at Jen's site. So we just did an allocation for hers out of what the Mint has coming, so you can get it both at either site. And Gumroad.com, all Patriots and all that. And which I think you probably got a link for both over there. So if
yes, I got them right there.
Yeah. So, and of course the Japanese and English version of Kid by the Side of the Road, which has different pictures and all that, which you were there when we released it out in Vegas, and that's a lot of fun. Great coffee table book. The coins are kind of in the same zone. You're going to have a lot of people asking questions, and within our community, you have friends, business contacts, other things that you folks in this audience are actually going to get queried by a lot of the people around you about different things going on. And it's fun to be able to have a good answer and explain something that they maybe hadn't thought of. And that's why I enjoy sharing stuff with the audience, so they're at least a little more knowledgeable when they get queried by their friends about stuff. And with that in mind, if you have one of the books and it's on the coffee table somewhere where other people are around, it's fun because they can browse through it without having to, let anybody know they're even thinking about this stuff. And then the coins are fun too, in a similar vein, being able to pop them out and they tell a story and you can talk about it. It's a conversation piece. And that's why I did the book like a coffee table book, and the coins and like that. They allow for conversations, and that's very important because you're the group, this mega group that has been, at times ridiculed, not acknowledged somehow. Not given credit for it. Now you're coming around full circle where
I lost it. You got a phone call.
Sorry. I had a call, so I had to send it to outer space. It's actually kind of an important one, so I'll do that right after the show. But at the end of the day, you're kind of in a position where you're going to want to be able to talk to people, and you don't have to jam it down their throat, but having an honest conversation about all the dramas happening. People are going to be talking about special prosecutor, front page, all the news outlets, all of the hosts are going to have an opinion, an insight, a special piece of knowledge, etc. It's going to be a very epic moment, and it's about to gain steam very, very, very quickly. So I think in this audience, it's going to be your friends and acquaintances and family, since you've kind of gone out on a limb getting up to this point in time. You'll be the one that gets those queries, those contacts, those inquiries to you, and you'll have to have kind of an answer. If you're doing it right, you'll be there ready to answer with a word and seed. And
Another phone call.
Yeah.
Another call. Ding, ding, ding,
things
ding.
happen, and something's happening, and everybody's trying to reach me to let me know. Oh, look here's what just happened. I already know what's happening because I already got the call.
Juan, you know what's happening? Hey, Juan, why don't you, for a minute?
Yeah.
I mean, the Japanese, a lot of people don't have the Japanese edition, and what an amazing job you did on the Japanese edition, too.
Well, there's some fun shots in there and like that, and it's just fun. It's a good coffee table book, and it's so unique. and it's just fun. So, and I don't want to be overhyping it to, probably a lot of the audience knows it, but if you haven't got one, it's a fun one for, a historical piece, a coffee table piece, and things that are coming. I mean, the stuff in Japan is hypercritical.
That was a fun picture. Look at that one with the president.
Oh yeah. That was a fun day. That was very fun. He was not, he was, he'd just come back from golfing and we're out there. It was just a fun day. So.
Well, Juan, why don't we just, I don't know how much time you have, but why don't we talk about next Friday night?
Well, yeah. So, I'm coming out with Jen, and we're going to be there for the Gideon's stuff. And then we have some critical stuff going on in the background. So that's even some of the calls I'm getting right now where we may have to make an intermediate stop coming out to you guys. And then after Gideon's ends Friday at midday, then we're going to stick around and do dinner with a few folks and break bread and have some fun with some of the private conversations and try to read people in further. And, I'll be around for a couple days with everybody. So I don't want people feeling like they got to spend money to go have the dinner. I'm going to be there to talk with people. I don't like to be as though there's some choke point for approachability. It's just not what I'm talking about. But those that do come and I think we had the dinner for $500, whatever you got put together. That money will go for some of the projects that Jen and I are heavily involved in. You can shoulder up with us. I mean, we've, already spent gazillions and stuff that we give away, and we're, still primed to do that. But if people want to shoulder up with us, that's always great too. And
Juan, one second. Let me just interrupt you for a second, Juan. Just 1 second. And I've been blessed, and a few of us have been blessed to be in the background a little bit and witness the amazing things that Juan does. So this Friday night is an opportunity for people. He's never done an East Coast event before, and I've already got a lot of emails about it. So Friday night, there's going to be a special night, 4 to 9 o'clock. And it's a Plymouth restaurant, one of the best restaurants in Plymouth. We'll announce the name later, but it's in Plymouth, okay? And you're going to get 2 Kid by the Side of the Road books signed, and there'll be some other giveaways. And if you attend the Gideon's Army event, it's $300 per person and $500 for a couple. And then if you're not attending the Gideon's Army event, it's $500 a person, $750 a couple. And folks, this is an opportunity for us to say thank you for Juan for all he's done. He's done amazing things in the background that nobody ever finds out about. He's always cutting the check for event after event after event. He never charges for anything. He does interviews for everything. So here at Gideon's Army, we're blessed to shoulder with him. And if people want to join us, meet us we'll be there all week long. The Gideon's Army starts on Tuesday, like that. And I'll give you my information if anybody has any questions whatsoever. But this is an opportunity to say thank you to Juan for all that he's done. And you guys can shoulder up with us, with him. You can send all donations to gideons-army.com. Any questions, send it directly to my email and I'll answer you directly. So I just wanted to
I'm not looking for any donations for Jen or I. We don't need that. Any donations that goes right to Gideon's Army and use it for what you're doing there, Jerry. And so I don't need personal donations or something like that. We just did the dinner. There's we've got a couple of projects that we'd love to keep throwing stuff to, and then people always like to shoulder in. So I'm glad to let them do it. It's just the dinner costs money and it takes time. And by the way, I don't know how many people are able to be seated on that. It's not an endless number or something. So whatever the number is, that's the number for the location that we're going to. So.
No, thank you, Juan. And so again, of course, like that, these are for Juan's events. We've been at events and Juan pays for the hotels and all that. It's crazy. Anyways, Juan, maybe before, can we touch on what you and I talked about on the text last night a little bit about what we're seeing? Folks, I had an event in my family, somebody in my family very close. We're so blessed. She went to the emergency room, Juan, and within hours, they rushed her into surgery. They took out a clot as long as my leg, and we were blessed. Juan, she's in her 40s. She's one of my daughters, and like that one, and just so blessed that the operating, the lady in the emergency room acted so quick. They said if it was another day or two, we would have lost her. And we're seeing people drop all over the place. The emergency rooms, Juan, are filled to capacity in the Boston area. And it's all because, I believe, of what you spoke about to us back in 2021, sir.
Well, yeah, there's the body reacts with these clots to over time to the COVID stuff and like that. And the shot, and you don't have to have had the shot to have some of some of these materials in your body and still have problems. So, for example, we had a person who helps elderly people and is very heavily involved in taking care of people in nursing home type environments, but who had refused to get the shot, and they made it about 3-4 months, and without getting the shot, while still treating people who were all getting the shot, and all of a sudden, this person had some health problems, and that were similar to what some of the people getting the shot were getting, and when you'd get the shot, it caused your body to create certain types of materials, and they would respirate out in the lung. And so people are breathing on her this material. And so, it's like you got the shot indirectly. So this person got through that, took some various things to help moderate that. And here about, March, so 3.5 months ago, had an event where they had they thought they were having a heart attack or stroke, go in the hospital, and there's a clot in their lung and heart areas. And they were able to dissolve it with medication. But this is a very healthy person that is, been very careful all along. And the only thing that they could think of was that this was some kind of an add-on reaction from the earlier exposure to people that had the COVID shot. No history of anything like this in the families, etc. And it was just very unusual. In the X-ray that she had, or the imaging that they used to show it, the clot in this person was about as long as your lower arm and spread all through a very large area. And they couldn't operate because of the way it went. They did some stuff to, I guess, bypass things and then dissolve it with direct injections and stuff in the bloodstream. And that was the other problem. They had to be very careful, because if it broke loose, it could have gone into the heart and caused a heart attack elsewise. So there's a lot of people probably having issues that may still yet be tied to the shot. And for us, we want to pray for these people. A lot of people, just like her, she didn't do anything wrong. And yet may have been indirectly affected by it. And how many Americans are still at risk from the results of this very political attempt at taking over the country. The COVID stuff was part of the election 2020 scam to create a context where, gosh, we need drop boxes. We need remote voting. If the people behind this had had their way, we would be voting by phone in the 2026 and definitely by the 2028 election. And once it's all in that electronic zone, you'd probably never get an honest election ever again. And even the elections that we were having were pretty heavily cooked. As I've said before, it starts with Russia, Russia, Russia. That's what's going on right now. That's what this special prosecutor is all about. Starts there, but it very quickly morphs over to the 2020 election and all the work that was done to steal the election. And you're going to hear so much about that. It's going to be the center point of everything. Ultimately, is stealing the election, putting Biden in. So yeah.
So what else, Juan, before you head out? What else could you share to us before you head out in regards to, all the other things that are coming up now, as you said, with Matt Gaetz and all that? Do you think that the first thing will be the 2020 thing, Juan? Will that be the first thing that gets revealed, or the Russia?
No, Russia is all first, and everything related to, going back to 2015 is the current zone that they're going to go back to with the Russia stuff. And that's, we provided some stuff even just the other day that was previously, I don't believe, known to have tied into the targeting, of President Trump, even back in 2015. We have something that was very, very serious. The person who was attacked, it was a very serious attack against President Trump and somebody related to him. And that'll no doubt, guaranteed, be part of what goes into the investigation. And there'll be people that you didn't even think were somehow roped into things or damaged by this. And we have a nice list for the special prosecutor to include in their investigations and subpoenas that may tie all sorts of dots together on this very sophisticated effort to hijack America and put somebody into power who was the will of China and its leadership and other nations around the world, in opposition to the will of the American people, which was Trump. Trump won, except for the fraud in 2020. And that's where you're going to end up. And our ship of state was hijacked for a period of time. And now all those involved, that was treasonous. Their coordination and efforts was not just for political gain to make a buck, to, get their ideology in place or whatever. It was treason. And they betrayed all the rest of us. And they will pay the price of treasonous traitors. And that's where we're headed.
And Juan, I just asked that because a bunch of people just jumped in from the time that you started, just so thank you for going over that again. And just something, Juan, when we were down in Vegas, I think you had shared with us that there's definitely a near-death experience that's still ahead. Not to be negative, but I think people, two things, Juan. Number one, that we have to get the 2026 election correct, right? We want to get that right. And Mark Cook's doing an amazing job with the election integrity. We're hoping maybe to get Mark Cook do a presentation for us on Zoom or something at the event.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. You would benefit tremendously. Go ahead.
And, so that's critical for people because there's, all the people here, there's something they could do locally to help that and get the word out. Because I think, Juan, as Mark said to us, some people kind of gone to sleep. Well, President Trump said we're all set now type of thing. We can't think of it that way, number one. And number two, no fear ahead. But as you said, we're definitely going to have, it's going to get a little wonky ahead, too. These are just two areas maybe you could touch on.
Well, as we go after the monsters, one of the deep state angles is anytime you get close to exposing some group of them or all of them, they'll pull some shenanigans. And the severity of this situation is such that there's no bridge too far, I don't believe, for what might be done to distract us. And some of the options they may have hidden in their magic bag are pretty dire. And remember this, at the end of the day, this isn't just people. The scripture is very clear. We battle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers of darkness in high places. So a number of the people that we're dealing with are literally servants of Satan, Lucifer, the devil. They're serving the devil and his interests. With that in mind, what are they capable of? What do they have access to? What levers can they pull? If it's within their power and it's life or death, those that are guilty of treason and knowing that they're about to get pulled into answer to charges of treason, that's the end of life as they know it in this world. They will never be free again, and they're not getting out on bail. Okay. On many of these charges that they're going to face, they will be picked up, incarcerated, and they will never see freedom again the rest of their natural life. Some of them, treason is punishable by the death penalty. A very weighty thing. This is not a minor situation that we have. So with that in mind, what would they be capable of to try and distract, pull us off point, do something? Okay, I think it's a pretty scary thing, and so much so that it could threaten our survival as a nation, as a people. And the devil is going to go into his bag, whatever he's got. He will try to play that card. And the only reason that I think we survive this through to the other side is by the hand of God. At the national level, it will be as close for us as it was for President Trump with the gunshot. And so what might that look like? How does it develop? I've told you what I believe is the case, but I've talked about it before. But, it's in God's hands. And then the reason specifically why Gideon's army, you folks on this call, are so critical is because if you are a believer and you believe that God hears our prayers, and more than that, he acts because we give him permission through our prayers. We request things of him, and we're his sons and daughters through Christ, by the blood of Christ grafted into the tree. With that in mind, prayer changes things. It will be our duty and responsibility leading up to that moment and in that moment and in the aftermath of whatever that moment might look like that's coming, to pray us through. And from an eternal perspective, one of the things that's amazing, there's so many people that the media puts them to the top, or they get prominent positions, just like the president, commander in chief like that, senators and congressmen, business people that get high profile. But in the government of God Almighty in his heaven, there's a lot of stealth warriors. There's people that hold prominent positions before God in the prayer world who men don't see, but God himself sees their heart. And God actually takes some pleasure in not sharing certain people, certain things with everybody, because he enjoys that they're his and he knows them personally. That whether they be prominent or not, that God somehow knows the truth and takes pleasure in his people. And so as prayer warriors coming into these events, who knows that when we get to heaven, many of the most prominent people that God has in the most honored places are people that you wouldn't have otherwise known the name of till you get there. And I'm thinking of a very good friend. His mother worked 2 jobs, doing office cleanup and then working as a maid for a prominent family, and got money for her son to go to law school, and he did very, very well indeed. Who's more amazing in that whole story? Is it the son who took the momentum from the mother and applied himself fully to get through law school and then get to a prominent position to affect the course of history for Americans, for Christians, for people of faith? Or was it the mother that built the foundation with the extra hours of labor and made sure that the son knew that even though she was on her knees scrubbing floors, she was able to get prayer done at the same time? Okay, she was getting prayer. She was a prayer warrior, and she got work done and got paid for it at the same time. She was getting paid to be on her knees and praying. Who knows? We laugh at it, but in God's governance, I don't think he has a smile, and he enjoys that. He has a people. We're unique, we're strange, we're an unusual people, and he enjoys that. Crap, we got an audience here that's about as unusual as it gets, is my guess. Every one of you, in some other realm, they give you that look. Oh yeah, we all know it. But God's not laughing. You're the army that he has chosen. The stone which the builders rejected has become the chief and cornerstone, Christ, and then we are placed in with him in these prominent positions within what God is doing within his government in this world. So I think it's an amazing thing. I think this group is extremely important and powerful in what God has coming and moving ahead. You're an unusual, very important group of warriors.
No, amen, sir. And there's even a scripture, right, that says for my case, he chooses the foolish things of the world and the weak things to confound the wise, So, I have no problem with that in my case. The Lord's done an amazing work in my life. And, I'm one of those weak, foolish things that he put his spirit in, right? And I'm blessed to even admit that. He changed my life, right? So, and that's, the message, right? So, and that we can let our light shine on to give people hope. I think, that in Christ, it's 365 times in the word, Juan, it tells us not to fear in one way or the other. Be anxious for nothing. Don't fear. Yes, there's some difficult times ahead, but as you told us when we went to Plano, Juan, you said one of the most important things that we'll do is close ranks together. So we get united, get stronger together, build those strong relationships so we encourage each other daily. And the comfort that we encourage each other with, we try to give it away every day, Juan. That's kind of what we try to do in the Anchor Holds, kind of the message with all the things ahead.
Well, let me just add this. Where we go, when we go, all of the Anchor Holds, we must be on a ship together. We are. But let me just say this. I was having a conversation with several other prominent figures that everybody in this audience would know the name of instantly. I had an event out in Las Vegas last weekend that was just epic, and it was even though we had it open to the public, I wasn't pushing it hard. I didn't want to have, 1,000 there or something, because we did it on very short notice. In part, it allowed me to bring in several of the more prominent people for some discussions that we had to have that we really wanted to do in person. And so we did that. So for 2 days before the event, actually 3, I was meeting with people, and then day of, and then for 2 days afterwards. So people that came in, we were sharing, comparing notes coming into this moment where we're at. Really critical. It was beautiful. But one of the conversations that several of us had, we went and had dinner together, was, by the way, at my favorite place, the Italian American Club. Hey, let's go have a meet. Yeah, we'll do it at the Italian American Club. Nicholas there, he plays the piano so good. It was a very nice conversation. The people over there have been great friends for quite a long time for Jen and me. But anyway, here's the deal. We, over the last several years now, have gotten a chance to work with and get to know people. It's amazing how many people that were here 10 years ago, 8, 9 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, how many of them are still around, or that there was one particular thing. I had one of the publication people that was there and asked me about a particular situation. I says, well, I think I'd be careful on that. And we compared notes, and that helped us know, there's a problem there. And then without me even saying anything, a couple other people, this person who's a prominent person within the community asked them, says, oh yeah, we got a story. Oh my gosh, and they all had experiences and realized, okay, so this is somebody that's not actually helping. And it wasn't just one report, it was multiple. So you kind of have had time now to weed out who's the problem children and who are real, who is not helping and it's malicious, and who's not helping because they're just either naive or not paying attention or whatever. And it has been an amazing period for us to kind of learn who we want to work with moving forward, because they've developed a history, done things, followed through, whatever. This intervening period, think even within Gideon's army, having the ability to work together for some time. There doesn't have to be something wrong with somebody, but they have a different way of looking at things, a different way of operating. They plug into a different place. Knowing how to work together, to function together, that takes time to work as a team. And you fight like you train. So we have had a number of years now to kind of work together, find out where the strengths are in people and where, maybe they aren't as strong and would work better in a different position. We've had a great opportunity to get our sea legs, and now the storm. I'm very thankful for that, because we're not going into these events coming forward, even into a near-death experience, with, no chance to know who understands things that have to be done, and what their job is, and how they can work best, and how you can interact. And, you can have people who are very good and important in the economy of God. They're oil and water. Well, do you need oil? Yeah. Do you need water? Yeah. But they don't mix well together. Okay, so we put those guys over there working with those guys, and we put those guys over there working with those guys. I don't have to, there was a particular situation, a very, very critical thing that I worked on all of last week, something going on outside the country I was asked to help with. And then they wanted me to agree to work with a particular attorney on this, that they were going to use this attorney in D.C. on some stuff. I says, no. That is, you need to use that person and honor that person. They're a great person, and they've got amazing skill sets. However, due to maybe some mental deterioration or some medical stuff where he's been given some drugs to help with the medical situation, he's just, not at 100%. And I didn't mince words. I says, no, I don't think that's appropriate. I think for something of this gravity, you don't have the luxury of being less than 100%. And you can't put someone into the wrong place where they could very easily fail. And that would hurt their reputation. They've got a whole lifetime with a beautiful success and history and everything else. So I says, at this exact moment, wrong. And I'm just advising that you pick a different person, go a different way. I didn't have to knife him in the back. I didn't have to be an asshole about it. I just had to have a sincere, straightforward conversation, with what's at stake. And God will provide somebody that has the needed skill sets and contacts to take that situation forward. God's work done God's way will not lack God's supply. And that's what I said. God will bring the right person forward, and it's no slight on that particular individual. We'll use them within their capabilities at this moment in time and get great insight from them. But, it's a different, they're not at this time in their life able to go forward in this particular thing. I think there's similar stories that may be out there even within the Gideon's army. And it's also, let me just say this, if we have new people that are coming in, there was a youth.
Phone call.
Okay. Phone call. Sorry about
That's
that.
all right. No worries.
Particular youth group. All right. A particular youth group. Quickly, they had events they wanted to go to, and so they had an old school bus that was, the prehistoric, probably late 40s school bus, and might have even been older than that. That, every time they took a trip to go somewhere, the first prayer was get us there and back. Without having to call a bunch of parents to grab their cars, come out and save us because the school bus broke. And so then they got another bus that was newer, more modern. Unfortunately, it had some kind of an engine problem after a period of time. And they wanted donations to send it to a particular shop to have the engine changed and all the work. And it was going to be very expensive. And the youth leader did have some mechanical skills, automotive like that, and says, we're doing it with donations. This is a lot of money. You got a youth group that's got 40 or 50 people, and, you're talking about a repair that was going to cost from the shop like $15,000. This was when $15,000 was real money back in the 60s. And so the youth leader knew that there was a particular company that did this where one of the kids' parent worked at, that they were going to have it sent over there, and said, can we buy the motor and then see if we can get a couple of the car guys. We're all, hot rodders like that. He had built his own motorhome at one point in time to go to school and live in his motorhome. This is in the 60s with a milk truck. So lived in his converted motorhome milk truck, milk delivery truck, while going to Bible school. And, propane on the back bumper and the whole schmear. But, he he got it done. 2 years living in his motorhome, and the high life. But what was interesting was that he then reached out to parents of the kids to help with the various aspects of doing this motor thing. And there was one of the guys was a fire chief, and they do all their stuff, maintaining their own equipment. Had never really done anything with his own kids, but had kids in the youth group. There was other guys that had some, little bit of experience. Well, he had about, I think in the end, it was 8 or 10 guys that all helped with various aspects of this thing. And over a period of about 6 to 8 weeks, on the weekends, they did all the work to pull the old motor, make some changes in welding that had to be done to fit the new motor in there, a modern system and transmission in this rear engine school bus. Work through all the problems, reroute the exhaust, get the shift mechanisms up in the front, rebuild some flooring and woodwork. So they had a cabinetry guy that did all that work. Amazingly, all of these guys, as a couple of guys showed up and then other guys showed up, parents of the kids, they became involved in church stuff. And then when the bus went out on its first trip, it was actually kind of a long trip. So a bunch of the guys decided they better go along in case anything went sideways. And of the 5 dads that went on that trip, and I think a couple of their wives went on it too, this work camp trip, I think there was 3 guys that had never heard a altar call. These are men, 40s, 50s, and answered an altar call that was given for the kids. And one of the wives, I believe. And that whole thing, if they just got the money and paid a company to put the motor and transmission in and, all that other stuff, they'd have, ground everybody. You got to help. I think the whole project cost like 40% of what it was otherwise going to cost. And they ended up with a much better system and operation. And it ran fantastically for a decade or more with minimal needing anything, because these guys did such a great job. They then had it, by the way, painted by one of the shops, and they did a fantastic job. Made just a really unique bus. But the reason I say that is that in the mission that we're in, the path to get where we're supposed to go is in many ways more important than the end. This journey that we're all on together, going through these last several years, is as important about finding out who you can work with, who you can rely on, who you can trust, who is a true brother and not just in name. When we get to the far side of this, the relationships through the foxhole, through these events, others that come along later or that somewhere got distracted along the way, they'll come back in and want to be, best buddies again, or, yeah, I was there. You'll know who they are, who really was there. That's a gift you can't buy. You go into something like this and you think, yeah, they're all great. And then you get in these hard moments, even this near-death experience that will be part of this, in my opinion. Under the pressure of those moments in the furnace, Christ will be there with us, and you'll know who the ones were that wouldn't shy away no matter how great the threat was. That's a gift from God. You only by going through these kinds of things can you ever find that. Even to a spouse or your closest friend or a relative, those trying moments are the ones where you learn, things that you can't, just assume. You know it from a fact because you went through it together. This brotherhood created in the foxhole, if you will. And that's what we've gotten. And that's what Gideon's Army about. It's an elite of an elite within the patriot community, the mega community. And by the way, anybody that doesn't understand this, let me just say it as clearly as I can. There have been multiple attempts to denigrate the mega community, to make it like it was somehow the problem, to divide us, and to shut us down. This Make America Great community that is at the core of all things Trump. It has survived. And in fact, for all of the conservatives and patriots and everything else, many of them, kind of were embarrassed by the whole MAGA thing. They've, kind of wanted to shy away or rebrand it something else, their own thing, etc. And the reality is that when we're all done, it will have been the MAGA community that was at the core, not just of saving America, but of doing exactly what it says, making America great again. Not for our own self-aggrandizement, etc., but as we regain our fitness as a body politic, as we regain our strength in our limbs, and get healthy and get the parasites off of us and out of us, and return to health, we can then be there for others that need that help across the world. Not going out to the world to be our brother's keeper, but to be our brother's brother. Because the elections were stolen here in America in 2020. We're going to address that, and there's going to be prosecutions related to that. It's going to be an amazing thing, and we're going to get back in shape and tone and health, and then we're going to go out to the world where they've also, you think this country hates us, that country's bad, this other country doesn't know what they're doing. Well, they've been hijacked too. Their ship of state's been hijacked. The people we have in protective custody here in America right now, they say that the elections were stolen in 71 countries plus the United States, where leadership and down the ballot positions were stolen and put into the control of others, not the will of the people in those countries. So we can't hold it against those countries that they're operating, in wrong ways. And in many ways, they're as hijacked as we are. And we're going to go out and help them to regain the control of their ship of state. It won't just be America all by itself out on the wild open waters. It'll be a whole armada of nations that join us to recapture control of the world away from the devil, away from these Luciferians who seek to unite the world under a one world government. It's us that are being formed up, strengthened up, trained up to engage, to not let the devil have this world. And it's this team right here that is at some portion of the core of all that. You're the pace setters. You're the ones that will help others around you and help others to form up around you. So in God's army, God's kingdom, God's way, if men look at your fitness physically, the tone of your skin, how cool your clothes are, and perfectly made up and designered everything, God looks past all of that and looks at the heart and sees past all exterior things, sees past the relationships, sees past the mistakes. King David made a lot of mistakes in his life, did some horrible things, even after he received the anointing to be king. But God says that he knew David and he knew his heart, and he had a heart for God, and he had a heart to do the will of God. And he also had a heart to correct things and knew how to repent when he did something wrong, made, errors and mistakes, intentional things. And that God honored that because he did have a heart for God. Everybody here in this group, I would pray that you have a heart for God, to do things God's way, and that you would have grace where you may have missed it or didn't understand or were rebellious at some point. Pray the prayer of repentance and move on. Yeah, a sincere, not just a surface one, the one that only God can see, not for the benefit of men, not for their, I saw, he's so sincere, he's so righteous, he's so whatever, bullshit. The one that God alone knows truly where you're at and that it is sincere all the way, and God knows it. And then you'll be ready for what God has ahead and for the missions he has for you. And that's why the Gideons, God saw they were not head down and feeding. They had an eye watching for the enemy out at the horizon, and they weren't dropping their guard for a second. That's you guys. We're going to be part of this. It's a beautiful thing. It's by the hand of God himself, and I'm looking forward to and enjoying being in there with just a great group of folks, Jerry.
Now, Juan, you're right. And, as you said, Juan, in the fight, it gets messy sometimes. And it's not easy. Sometimes people disagree. Sometimes their heart gets broken. But, we're blessed here that we've had a lot of warriors that have stayed the course, Juan. And like that, we've watched you stay the course. We watched you go through some tough stuff at so many levels. You've led in so many amazing ways. And I know a lot of the people here, almost all of them here, think the world of you and Jen. We're blessed to co-labor with you too, sir. So we're looking forward to next week. And again, I'll talk more about next Friday night and like that. And I wonder maybe if you could close us out with one of your epic prayers that, I have the prayer from 21-1, the one that you said. You want me to play that prayer?
Oh, you can play it for the folks after I go. If you want.
Okay. All right, I'll play it after.
Yeah. Let me just. Father God, I thank you for each person present here, for all of your grace in having them here within this audience and within the Gideon's operations. We thank you that you've allowed a place for us to exist at all within your army, Father God, this division. We know that you choose who the leaders are amongst men and put them into power, keep them in power. That was one of the big lessons that was learned all through the Bible over and over and over again, where people got in positions of leadership by your hand and were taken out by your hand. We are mindful of that, each one of us individually, that you've given us a position within your government, your ways of doing things that you want to accomplish in this world. And we ask that your grace would be on us. If we have done anything that offends you, Father God, that has damaged you, your kingdom, we ask for forgiveness, and we ask for grace to reconcile it both with men and with you. And then that you would, in receiving that prayer of repentance, grace to move on, assign us according to your will. Give us that mission that suits each one of us individually, the skills that you've given us, the access you've given us, the history that you have given us in this world and in the spiritual world, so that we may be part of what you're doing, Father God, that we may enjoy to be part of your army, taking action into this world and bringing peace and joy and love, health, beauty into this world, and to overtake and destroy the works of the devil and of agents of darkness and evil. We thank you for giving us authority over everything that creeps and crawls and moves on the earth. And that includes every demon, every sickness, every parasite, every monster, that there is nothing in this world that we will encounter which you have not already given us the victory over and the authority over by the blood of Christ. We own this world because you gave it to us through Adam, and we own the victory, and we own the fight to get there because you've already given us the victory. We pray for strong hands, everyone here, strong feet and legs, strong arms, clear minds, clear hearts, so that we may properly move according to your will. And we pray for a completely saturated being in the physical, in our souls, in the spiritual, by your Holy Spirit, that your word in our hearts would be the guiding authority for decisions we make and how we go about them. And that you would give each person in this audience a special word, even today, a special scripture that suits their situation and gives them handles to hold on to moving forward, so that they know that they're doing what you want, and confirmation of that, including miracles. Miracles of healing for those that we come in contact with, that we would have healing hands, that we would be sensitive and ready to pray on a moment's notice, to bring your will into situations of life and death. And that you would also, Father God, help us to deal with you clearly, to embrace you as you would have us embrace, that you would put a sincerity in each of our hearts that's not from men, but is from you yourself, to be about your affairs, the things that you want done, to be your servants in this critical moment, and to enjoy your presence while involved in that service according to your will. I thank you for each one here. I pray for peace. I pray for the prosperity that allows each person here to do the things that you've laid on their heart, that you would give them favor amongst their peers, favor where they work, favor the people around them, and that you would give them that inner reassurance that they're in your will, that comes from you alone, that peace that passes understanding for each person here. And we ask all of this in your name, Jesus. By your blood, it's possible. We thank you for coming for us. And we pray that we would do exactly what our Father in heaven intended to the fullest on the moment of our creation, from the moment that he first, saw us in this future time and across time, all the way to the end, that we would be the fulfillment of God's intent for each one of us according to his will. Ask all that in Jesus' name. By the blood of Christ, make it so. Amen.
Amen. Juan, I have two quick questions before you leave, and they're short answers. How many days, what's your days off? What can you tell the people what your days off are?
Well, I had a day off August 4th of 2004 or 2020. I took that day off. So I was and I take that back. I was August 3rd was my last full day on the boat, and then the seaplane picked me up on August 4th. But that was a nice day off, and then that was the last time I saw it.
Back in 2020,
we've been pretty steady all the way through. I do get to be at some fun, interesting places, and I'm very thankful for that, by the way. But the urgency of the moment is such that I haven't really, we spend time in some just amazing places. I haven't really been able to take the time to just break off, lay out in the sun, do whatever. But I also feel an urgency of this exact moment and where we're at. So I don't feel like I have the luxury to do that for the time being. I think that,
So you don't take a day off. You don't take a day off, number one. Number two, how many hours at night do you sleep? In one stretch, honestly, all over the world. In one stretch, I saw you sleep for 10 minutes once, and you said, I'm all set for 14 hours. You set your watch for 10 minutes, right? I saw you do that once.
Yeah, I do a power nap here and there. And I will say this, Jerry, and President Trump is the same way, by the way. He'll get 4 hours of sleep, sometimes a little bit more. And then he'll work a very heavy schedule. He'll catch a few minutes here or there, the car going from one place to another, the plane or whatever. And he'll catch little cat naps and he'll be good to go. He might, in the course of a whole day, only really get 5 or 6 hours of rest. But he physically has that fortitude. And, for Jen, she gets annoyed at times because I still want to power through and she wants to, get a little bit of rest. And she's she keeps a much busier schedule than most people have any concept of. She's a real performer in getting things done, but still, probably not quite as much as me. And it's just how God has us wired. There's something, I'll say this. If you remember when Christ was at Gethsemane and he went to pray, and the apostles, they slept. It says they slept for sorrow because of what Christ told them was going to happen. He was very clear about what was going to happen to him, that he was going to be killed. And they just, that's why, Peter said, no way, we won't let it happen. And, it had to happen. It was part of what God had in mind for the salvation of the world. But they slept for sorrow. So let's think about the converse of that, because it wore them out. It weakened them. And they just ran out of it. How many people have had just one problem, disaster, thing after another, and they're just so beat up, they're just so exhausted from it that there's no energy left, and they just have to lay down. They're physically exhausted from all the drama, problem, crisis, threat. So with that in mind, what's the inverse? When you are doing what God has called you to do, when you know you're in the zone, and it's making such a big difference, and there's so much at stake, you can go way beyond normal physical limitations. Do you think that Trump isn't aware of that? How crucial he is at this moment in the world, how God's hand is on him and has been for a very long time, even when he was doing his construction projects, his hotels, and building out all the things that he has. When it's going right and you're having fun and things are happening, it's a very enjoyable thing. You get extra energy just because it's just clicking for you, okay? You're just so exciting. You can wake up, you spring out of bed because I got to get right back to the other thing. You'll stay up late at night and you'll work yourself to death. You'll be right back up the next morning because you're getting it accomplished. We're in that kind of a moment. This moment is about changing the world. We've been, slaves to certain people. Look at what's going on right now with the Federal Reserve versus the Treasury. I just had a conversation with one of the attorneys on something in the last couple hours on something critical, and the whole point of the conversation was the Federal Reserve is in a very dire, desperate moment in some ways for what Trump is doing, certain things that are happening, versus the Treasury, who's getting all the effort, all the insight, all the assistance to move forward. It's exhausting for people over at the Federal Reserve right now because they're under heavy attack. It's an exciting moment for the people over at Treasury who are about to resume their constitutional lawful activities the way it was set up in the first place and do something that they've been denied from being able to do for a very long time. When things are happening like it's happening in America right now, and you've gotten to be part of it, this Gideon's Army, this mega community, you should be more excited, more energized than you've ever been in your whole life. Because everything you've talked about, everything you saw and planned for, all the attacks against you for how you saw the world and things should be and everything, it's all coming your direction. You should get up with a lilt in your step and an exciting, thought in your mind. And how are you going to do something incredible? And that's part of the prayer. Father God, what do you have for me today? Where do I fit in this? What can I do? What should I be doing? Where am I supposed to be today, personally, with my family, as a citizen? Find a spot. Ask, if you don't know it, ask for it from God himself. He'll give it to you. He's faithful. And you should be excited. You should be happy about what's going on right now. So, there you go, bro.
Juan, thank you so much. We'll see you next week. Send our love to Jen. And, it was just on my heart at the end of that telecast. I'm like, I figured that was your answer. So you took a day off in 2020. Well, that's not bad.
Well, August 3rd was the last full day off. And then August 4th, I had part day off. Yeah.
August 3rd and 4th, 2020 on your boat.
Yeah. So, and by the way, just so everybody knows, the cookie contest is live over at Jen's site, and it only goes to the end of the month. If you got a cookie recipe that you think might be a healthy one that she'd say is okay for me, and I'd say it's okay because it tastes good. I don't want any cardboard. That would be great. And then if there's any epic fails, we'll use them to knock cans off the fence line practice, with the slingshot. But the other thing is we're holding the prices on the 2020 or 2025 Gitmo coin and on the Watch the Water coin. Those are the only two coins other than we have some of the early ones from 2018 there. But the first ones, we have a handful of those. And we're going to hold that till tomorrow night at midnight Pacific on the pricing. And then because silver went up radically last two trading days and has gone up about $8 from where we had the prices originally on this stuff. So we're, in from this year. So from where we ordered it and then started sending it out earlier this year. So we're going to up those prices to reflect where the market's at. And but everybody can get a quick shot in if you wanted to get it over Jen's site or at the Gumroad and or the book or like that. So, and anybody that's got the book, when we signed out there, Gideon's Army, love to do it, and looking forward to it. And there you go, bro.
So Juan, tomorrow night at midnight. So this is 7:13 at midnight. The prices will go radically up, but everyone has
well,
till
they'll go up.
Yeah,
they're going up just to reflect what the price changes have been. And
okay.
I expect silver to move still even this week after it broke through 35. Next stop is just shy of 50. So I expect that pretty
wow.
Soon. And
wow.
I've hit it pretty correctly all the way through. I have a little extra insight because of things behind the scenes. But I don't think anybody's getting hurt that's buying silver. And by the way, we have fun with the coins. I think they'll be great collector's items because they're very limited quantities with what we've done with our proof coins. And so as proofs go, they're pretty competitive. But, if you're looking for the absolute best buy in silver, the bag silver, which is U.S. coins, but not for collector purposes. They're just for the weight of the silver in them. They're all banged up and like that, miscellaneous denominations. It's just sold by the weight. And that's the best price. I don't really personally like the ingots or the bars or things like that because they're not legal tender. They're not legal money. And if you're trying to stack up to have a whole bunch, that's easily accepted as just that legal tender. Not to diminish what Jen and I have done with coins. I think they'll be a great investment out into the future, and they tell a story, and it's a lot of fun. But I'm not expecting people to spend their retirement money or something, just getting a gazillion and, bet the farm on or something like that. They're fun for a different reason. But as silver and gold are a store of wealth, but they don't spin or toil. And so when you're getting those in a uncertain time like this, you're kind of going into a safety mode because of all the drama that's going to happen in the fiat money, the fiat digital money and this fight going on between Treasury and constitutional money and the fiat dollar and other stuff that was brought in by DOD. With that in mind, there's going to come a time that you're going to want to be able to cash out if you've covered yourself with some of those things and put it back to work. You're pausing, storing, stick it under the bed for the rainy, terrible time. But long-term, silver and gold are not great investments. They are horrible investments because you need to put that, life energy, because it represents moments, days, people's lives, put it back to work. And there's going to be some amazing opportunities as we go through what's going on right now. It's just a little early to go investing next thing because there's heavy drama coming. So you kind of want to let things get through this period, settle down, and then have real money that is accepted as real money constitutionally on the far side of it to reinvest in America. It'll be the greatest place to be. It's going to be amazing. We're all going to have a great shot at it. And if you don't, by the way, if you don't have a bunch of money to buy silver or gold, here's the other thing. The people that do have it, they still need you to do stuff for them. If you've got skills, if you've got things that you can exchange that might not be easily exchangeable in a dark moment or something on the far side, you don't have silver right now, you can get it. You can get it with taking and applying your skills, your understanding, what God has given you to actually have people exchange it for things that you can bring to them and help them with. So you're not out. You just need to pray and ask for divine insight in how to proceed. I could tell you a dozen stories, don't have time to do it right now, but there's lots of stories of people where God has given them a special understanding or insight to, God says that He gives the power to make wealth. So I don't want anybody to feel like it when I'm talking, the silver and gold and things like that they're excluded or they don't have it or whatever. Not in the divine economy from God Himself. You have everything you need to participate with the rest of us according to the skill sets God's given you. To one, given a talent, to another 2 talents, to another 5 talents. And He didn't say just money. That word talent was used for a reason and translated for a reason. Apply your talents. Let's get to work. make America great again, and then go to work out in the rest of the world. We're about to go save the world. This team is at the core of it as we do it.
Amen, Juan. Hey, listen, so we found out you had 2 days off 5 years ago, and then I think we've all watched you go about 10,000 steps today. You've walked about 10,000 steps, so you got an exercise, you got a telecast. 2020's not over yet. Listen, it can't get any better.
Well, actually, I've been working the lungs, okay? Some people work the legs, I work the lungs. 2020, it's not over yet.
Amen. Juan, thank you so much. Have a great night. We'll see you next week.
All right, bro. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing all you folks out there.
Thank you, Juan. God bless. Wow, fantastic. Wow, look at that. Wow, fantastic, folks. Hallelujah to the Lamb. Hallelujah. So just a couple things. Number one, the coins. Tomorrow night at midnight, they'll go up. If you guys want to get the coins, the Watch the Water coins or the new Gitmo coins. Okay. And if anybody is coming to our event, just send me an email. If you're gonna come to the Friday night event, Juan's Friday night event, make the donations at Gideon's Army and then send me your information. Everybody at the event's gonna have a lanyard. You're gonna have your lanyard. You need your ID everywhere you go throughout the whole week. So if people want to donate to Juan's event on Friday night, and everyone's getting 2 signed Japanese Kid by the Side of the Road or a new edition, the first edition, either one. And if anybody isn't going and you want 2 signed Kid by the Side of the Road books, send me an email and we can get that taken care of it too. The Japanese edition's amazing. Okay?
I'm not sure what, if any, he's talking about.
Before we get off, I don't want to take this opportunity to give everybody an opportunity to say yes to the Lord Jesus Christ. The Lord changed my life and many people's lives here, and I don't want to miss an opportunity for you to give your heart and your life to the Lord Jesus Christ. This is a prayer that I said 31 years ago, and my whole world got rocked and changed. So as we close tonight, I want to say a prayer and give everybody here the opportunity. According to this book, when you die physically, you're going to meet Jesus Christ as your judge or your savior. That's going to be your choice. That's what this book says. And also this book says Jesus is coming back. So as we close, I'm going to just say a short prayer for those that want to pray with us to give their heart to Christ. So repeat after me if you want to give your heart to Jesus. Dear Lord Jesus, I realize I'm a sinner. I accept the fact that you died for me on the rugged cross of Calvary. I open my heart's door and make you Savior and Lord of my life. Please forgive me. Thank you for dying on the cross for me.
I wish
Please
I could
take full control of my life.
I wish I
and help
could
me
go
to
to
be the
that,
kind
Chris.
of Christian you want me to be, in Jesus' name.
I don't think I'm going to raise
Amen.
enough money for that.
If you've said that prayer with us tonight and you want your own Bible, we give out Bibles here for free.
Nice.
JerryFoley17@gmail.com.
There you go,
Well, there's
folks.
my email right there.
Free
Jerry
Bible.
Foley. If you want your own $100 free expositor study Bible, just send us an email and we send them all around the world for free.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Yeah, I'll be lucky to meet the donation suggestion upon entering. But that's okay. I'm sure I'm still going to get a chance to talk to the guys. Good interview. You can find Jerry Foley at Gideon's Army 17 on Rumble or YouTube. And of course, Juan's on there a lot, and a lot of other cool guests. And I hope some of you will, be cool if I saw some of you in Massachusetts this coming week. Starting Monday, we'll be on the road. That pretty much all of next week, we'll be on the road. All right, now we're going to put on the newest Colonel Bosey interview. Love Colonel Bosey. And we'll talk more when it's over, guys. I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead. These are great interviews.
Great day to be alive. And, tonight was a little different. It's going to be a little different. Lieutenant Colonel Bussey is not going to be able to be here. There was an issue, and he had to cancel. We will reschedule it. It happens.
That's a bummer. I'll tell you what. In that case, I'm going to put on this round table that I've been meaning for us to watch, because this is a good round table. Skipping ahead.
He's going to be here tonight or not. In any case, we got a lot to talk about, so we're going to jump right into it in a second. I want to let most of you know, some of you know, that we are going to be in Georgia this weekend. This Saturday at 4 p.m. is a tactical civics event. Rob Lane's going to be there. Rob is the composer of the county grand jury song, I think part of the most inspirational message that has driven this movement in the last year. Is going to be there performing in Vandersteel. We'll be there. I will be there as well. I would have tried to commandeer Mike Jaco to come on up, but unfortunately he moved from Florida over to Nevada. He got out of the hot zone, and but it's going to be a great event. Starts at 4:00. That's at Hoboken Community Center, Hoboken, Georgia. Look for all the details down in the description box. If you're anywhere in the southeastern part of the U.S., come on in. That's going to be a great event, and we're jumping right into it. We've got Lewis Herms, Mike Jaco here for our roundtable. Guys, welcome to tonight's show. Good to have all of you here.
Good to be here.
Good to be here.
There we go. We've got Scott freezing already. Wow.
I guess we're going to run the show.
I guess.
Our second go around today. Lewis got Mike here, and finally he's in there. We got here's your three amigos tonight, folks. And it's going to be an epic roundtable. So, guys, before we jumped on here live, we got a little distracted because we are consumed now with the emergence of Lewis Herms' candidacy for the governorship of almost said New York, but it's California. It doesn't matter. They're both crazy bowls of soup. They say it's like, a bowl of cereal, a bunch of flakes surrounded by nuts and fruits. However that goes. That's kind of how California is. Don't miss being there. But I'll definitely be coming out there to help you when you throw that hat into the ring. Mike's nearby too. So it's going to be, I think, an epic We the People movement to get behind somebody who's not an inside player, who's willing to call out the scumbags, exactly what they are. And that's easy to do in California. You just shoot in any circular, 360 degrees, you're going to hit one of those targets, corrupt politicians. But Lewis, you were talking about something to Mike just before, and I said, hold that thought. Let's get this while we're recording. If we can pick up where we left off, then we're going to get into the battle, this white hat plan.
Sure, absolutely. What we're talking about is the fact that there's a lot of work being done in the background right now on my campaign. In fact, our website platform within 10 days, no pressure, Lisa, is going to be absolutely epic when you see what we're releasing and launching. But what I'm doing is in every sector that we're working on, I'm establishing an A-team, a team of consultants, because I've said many times that I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I'm very good at working with talent that's smarter than me, and I'm pretty damn good at troubleshooting. So if I hear the ideas, I'm like, oh, well, we need a little solution here, we can go. So in regards to healthcare, the team is incredible. There's a person that's going to help me head the team, and she's bringing some people together. I call her the OG of this movement, and I'll when she's ready, I'll release that name because I know she'll get attacked heavily. In regards to health, I'm working systems right now that they can't, let's just say cancer alone, have a 3,500% better cure rate than the top oncologists in the country. By the way, this is proven. That this is not semantics. This is not any conspiracy. These are actual clinics that are doing this. I've already toured them. I've met the people in charge, and I'm flying all over the United States putting these teams together. I'm now also meeting with in regards to health insurance, where immediately we can drop health insurance by 50%, no worries. Plus, they have the codes already set up to do things like naturopath, even an iridologist, chiropractor. Well, those will be included in health insurance as the way they should be. I'm doing the same thing with the election team, the same thing with the anti-human trafficking team, all and over. So we're building these teams in the background, and we're going to hit the ground with this. And it's going to be a huge slap in the face to the competitors, because I really, truly believe they have nothing, and they're definitely not putting in the work that our team is going to be. And why do I say our team all the way? Because this is not about me. I'm literally just a conduit. I'm just the guy there that everybody else is holding up. We the people is the team, and it's very, very exciting about what's to come.
That's awesome. There was something that you and Mike were talking about. Property taxes are going to go. I mean, it sounds like that move is already being made. Mike, you were referencing something. I think Trump talked about that recently, and I know one of his close advisors, told a close friend of mine directly that all that's going away. It's unconstitutional. So if one state makes a move for that, it's going to be the opening wave that's going to just kind of roll across the country, state by state by state, because my belief is the things we're going to see is a slow moving train, with a bunch of box cars loaded with a bunch of goodies in terms of what America will again look like. And I think, on those box cars, on those trains, it says Nasara on the side of all of them. They're just rolling it out slowly as if there's a normal delivery system. That's my guess. But property taxes are a huge one. You think about it, Mike, just the concept. I mean, we grew up in it. It's what it is, and we accept it. We never challenge it. We accept it. But again, we got to come back to the basics. How the hell is it we spend a fortune on real estate, piece of property, whatever it is, house, and then the bankers give you a massive haircut in interest and all of that. You go through that process for 20, 30 years. And now you own the house, and they say, no, you don't. You got to keep renting it. You got to pay your property taxes, or we'll come take it. This is insanity. And I think it's coming to an end. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, definitely it's going to come to an end. And taxes are going to come to an end. There'll be some type of taxation, but it'll be, some kind of fair tax or something. Another thing that a reason why I believe Lewis has a good shot at winning is the bluest of the blue in L.A. That's the bluest, liberal Democrats in the country. Just got burned, literally, figuratively, by their government. All right, and they are not happy, and so they're ready for a shift. They're ready for a change, and I think that's gonna. If you come in with the right, ingredients, which I believe you are, they're gonna come running to your campaign. As long as it's not cheated, like it has been for a long time in California, you're gonna win.
Can you imagine what that would do? I said this about Joey Gilbert's election in Nevada in 2022.
Yeah.
If Lewis, if you would win the governorship,
win.
Win.
Yeah. Entire nation. The whole nation. Whole landscape. Thanks for the follow-up, Mike. Hey, I think Josh Reed was in the house here a second ago. He was there 3 minutes ago.
He's there.
What's up, good people? How we doing?
Are you good? We're strategizing Lewis's acquisition of the governorship in California. He's already painting a big old U-Haul with a Gavin Newsom face on the side with a Ghostbusters cross right through it.
That might actually have a really big impact in California.
That's not bad. Hey guys, real quick, DC is actually calling me. I just need to grab this real quick.
Go ahead. Let us in on this. Put it on speaker. We want to hear this inside call. So imagine that. Mike, you're right. I think when he starts talking about these things, look, folks, we're gonna provide an option for healthcare, it's 50% of what you pay now, which is a rape job, and natural healing modalities are going to be included. He told me about it, and I know we talked about this together in the past. I don't have the, all the mechanics in my mind, but just that alone is epic. Throw in, we're getting rid of property taxes. My guess is the tariffs that they're just coming. They're coming in like a freight train. I'm just guessing that Trump's going to say, constitutionally, property taxes are illegal, unlawful. They're going away. And you can't leave the counties and everybody in the country who are, utilizing these resources to some degree, really for the people. It's got to be a replacement. My guess is tariffs are going to be pushed into the states, local governments, all those kind of things to provide all that, so we don't have to pay for anything.
Well, so I've actually been watching Trump like a hawk on the economic side. I've been watching Scott Bessent and Lutnick and all these guys. This is my take on it. So number one is, we just heard the other day Trump wants to get rid of property taxes. Today we just found out that the FHFA is moving to get rid of the home sale capital gains tax. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to introduce in the Congress. So what we see is a dwindling away of various different ancillary taxes across the board. Now, Scott Bessent has been very verbal about this, about what he was going to do. There's two things that people need to look into when it comes to fruition, that is the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve and the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Now, there's other countries out there that have a sovereign wealth fund, and they are Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates, who basically what they do is they take the minerals from their country and they put it into a big fund. They put that into investments and they pay dividends back to their people. This is why everybody in UAE is driving around in a Lambo and a Ferrari. So we are getting a sovereign wealth fund here in the United States of America. The question is how is it going to be set up? I got a good friend who works at the U.S. Treasury. He was there under the first Trump administration. He's a blockchain developer. So what they're doing right now with companies like Tether, which brings about USDT, which is a stable coin, and other stable coins, is they're going to be offering to these companies 20-year, 30-year, and 50-year gold bond and Bitcoin bonds. Now, if people kind of understand how the bond network works, basically what you're doing is you're securing the US dollar based upon these bondable assets, gold and Bitcoin. Now, if you play it into the larger perspective, you have the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, which is going to play a huge role. Bitcoin in the next 10 years will most likely be over $1 million, easy. And I've kind of laid that out for everybody in my audience. But now you add that into the strategic or the sovereign wealth fund. And this is how I want people to begin to perceive how the sovereign wealth fund is going to operate. There's tariff revenue, which is supposed to get up to about $1.5 to $2 trillion in revenue over the course of the next few years. And that is going to offset the 16th Amendment, the 17th Amendment, the income tax. So now American citizens won't pay a federal income tax. That's going to be offset by tariff revenue. And the objective of Trump over the course of the next few years is to reduce that income tax burden on the middle class by offsetting it with the tariffs. But as you begin drawing money in, this is the other key part that basically nobody out there in the economic world is even paying attention to. Donald Trump secured $10 trillion of investments for the United States from just three countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates, over a 10-year period. Within the country, through SoftBank and other corporations and institutions, he secured about another $3.5 trillion over the next 10 years. So if people can understand that the global GDP, gross domestic product, the entire world is about $200 trillion. And Donald Trump has secured an investment equivalent to about a tenth of that in the United States, just flowing into the United States over the course of the next 10 years. How many jobs is that going to create? How many businesses is that going to create? When we start looking at the big, beautiful bill and what he put in there specifically for what are they called? They're called zoning areas, zoning opportunity areas, right? You have the 12 regional zoning areas that he's going to create, that he's going to allow these corporations to build out on infrastructure, cities, whatever they want to do with it. But why is he doing that? This is the key. He went after the Eastern Donbass in Ukraine. He got the mineral deal there. He went after Congo and Zimbabwe were in a conflict, a rebel conflict, civil war. He went after that. Congo is now handing over all mineral rights to Donald Trump, the United States of America, away from China. He's going after Canada as the 51st state. Why? Because he wants Northern Canada. That's why he came out the Alaska Initiative for creating and promoting jobs, because he wants that Northern Canada area that's rich in natural resources. Why does he want Greenland? Same thing. It goes back that this is all about logistics, resources, and energy, because he who controls those three is going to control the technology infrastructure that's being implemented now, and that's going to control the technology in the next 5 to 10 years, which is AI, quantum computing, and blockchain. So when we start to bring all this together, the resource allocation that he is bringing, he's going to bring into the sovereign wealth fund. Now, here's the big kicker. There's $124 trillion worth of natural resources underneath our feet in the United States of America. And he has just opened up all of that land under the big, beautiful bill to institutions and corporations, of which that will feed back in and benefit the sovereign wealth fund. So I calculated the sovereign wealth fund out for 50 years. What I did is I said, hey, we have I estimated $35 trillion national debt, and how long it would take Donald Trump, with the tariffs that he's imposing right now, to pay that off with a sovereign wealth fund and the level of investments and job creation that's going to come from that. And within 8 years, the national debt will be completely paid off, and every American will be receiving an extra $30,000 a year just from the sovereign wealth fund in 8 years. In the next 16 years, every American will be receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars a month from that sovereign wealth fund in dividends. We'll be at a surplus in government operations, and the complete government will be funded by the sovereign wealth fund. Within 25 years, each American would have a net worth equivalent in the sovereign wealth fund, depending on how they operate it, of over $1 million.
So let me ask you a question on that. So that is all based on the future evolution of the moves that he's made with these trade deals with other countries, importation of different industries, etc. But my guess is there's going to be something that's going to, because people waiting for 8 years, some aren't going to be alive then, 50 years out. It's great for the future. But there's a massive amount of wealth, number one, that's been recaptured and brought back to the United States. We know that. Other countries around the world, also the release of the, you got the dragon families, you got the massive gold reserves around the world, that the dynasties who have been prepared for hundreds and hundreds of years for this time when this planet can basically be recaptured by, let's call it the angelic realm, the evolution of the human species in the angelic form, where these resources now are going to be made for all of humanity. And one of the things I said this earlier today when I was on with Lewis, there's a form of socialism I totally believe in, and that is planetary socialism, where we take the heads off of all these killers and criminals that have done what they've done to humanity, get rid of them, and take the planet that they've created, a planet of abundance, they've made it a planet of scarcity with everything they do, the theft, everything. Now it becomes basically what God had intended and what it originally was, a planet of abundance. There will be nothing but resources or anything else, evolutionary technology, that can give every human on Earth whatever they can desire. People think, well, that's not good. If they can just get what they want, they'll be lazy. That's BS. That's not the human species, period. That's the matrix evolution of the human species. But I think with all this wealth that they now have reacquired, and they're deconstructing that old system, somebody that's 80 years old, they want relief right now. They want to be part of this right now. Their lives need to be better now. I believe, and I know you guys do too, they have this all gamed out. They know what I just said, and my belief is they're going to make life, in a way that's not too disruptive, especially the senior citizens, to have an easier life with the remaining years that they do have. What do you think of that, Mike and Lewis?
Yeah, definitely. And just like going back to Lewis, we're talking about the corruption. You clean the corruption up, like the bullet train. Trump has basically shut down funding for that. Yep. It's that corruption goes away, and the people that benefit from that corruption, the Democrat political elite and their financiers, the billionaires, they're basically going to start to go away, and they won't have that. They won't be there. So you talk about the angelic realm. The dark angels, the fallen ones, that are running, pretty much have been running the show for a long time, they can't exist in the new vibration that we're creating. And I've done this, around the world doing the low vibration, that I talk about, and it stops all of the attacks that are happening. So we're basically just raising our consciousness, and that's canceling out all of the corruption that's in there. So Trump shutting down the border, all the human trafficking, child trafficking, Democrat Party, child trafficking party, right? They allowed it to come in and covered it up, and now Trump's in there. It's like he started exposing it before he got into office. He said there's like 300,000 children that are missing, and the Democrats aren't doing anything about it. So he's exposing all that, and people are waking up to it. Like we were just talking about, the deep blue, Democrats in L.A. They're like, well, that's not happening to me. I don't care. And now they get burned, right? And now they're concerned.
Burned out too. Burned out.
So
burned out.
That's changing a lot of people for the last 4 years. We look back on this. We're going to, of course, Trump had to step back so that everybody could see just how corrupt that system is. So the taking down of that system and the wealth that's going to be created from taking down that system, because they steal everything, is going to make everyone wealthy. Everybody. It's going to be amazing.
It's amazing. And we're still running the numbers, but I'll just give you kind of a 30,000 foot view. In California, when we get rid of the corruption through the parasitic governments and corporations, right? Suddenly, you don't need property tax or sales tax any longer. And there's a lot more wealth that goes to the people. And I'm not even talking about the taxation. I'm talking about the fees and the overcharging and everything else. It's amazing that you just get rid of that alone. And my platform is a lot larger than that, but you get rid of that alone, everybody's living a much better quality of life. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody except the parasites, which is fantastic. And Josh, to your point, you may want to add to your research. There's already been a model of what you're saying that was working phenomenally, including getting rid of the central banking system.
Libya.
But Hillary Clinton killed him, and that was Gaddafi in Libya.
I knew you were going to say that. I'm glad you brought that up. It has to be talked about.
Beautiful model. I've studied a lot about it, and I know that's not your current model, but if you look back to there, it's absolutely incredible what he was doing. And I believe that's why the Clintons took him out, and 2 weeks after he's gone, they were doing trafficking on the streets, literally on the streets.
100%. I don't disagree.
I was there
with you
after
at
that,
all.
and I can tell you that's true.
Where are you, Mike?
Everything was magnificent there, and then it just crumbled after he was gone.
Oh my gosh, man.
Yep, and he had a resource-based economy. He brought water back to the desert, bringing it up from the water table all the way up to the surface. Was about to transition completely to a gold-backed currency and do all trade of oil and LNG in gold-backed currency off of the U.S. dollar, and that would have been a domino the deep state did not want to happen and could not afford. Although that's a lot what we've seen the BRICS nations do over the llast 4 years. And it's interesting enough that Donald Trump is reversing a lot of that with his policies, bringing the dollar back into the fold of, the petrodollar. But he's doing it at the same time strengthening the dollar with this hard transition of a resource-backed economy. And it's the way that you should do it. I mean, with any type of currency you have, it should be a resource-based economy.
Question then, based on what you just said, Josh, and then whatever you Mike, you think, and Lewis, I'm very likely wrong. I've believed for a couple of years that the U.S. dollar is going away. We've seen renditions of the new U.S. notes is going to replace this. It's a gold-backed system. Does that mean you don't think there will be a transition away from USD, which is a petrodollar, which is a central bank thing? As Lincoln brought greenbacks back, as Kennedy was bringing silverback currency, are we going to move out of the dollar itself into U.S. notes? That's all asset backed, or do we keep the dollar?
Only if the Federal Reserve goes away, because the dollar belongs to the Federal Reserve. They control that. They manipulate that. If the Federal Reserve, which is going to go away, then we'll keep the dollar and we're back to buy gold, I believe.
I think it's actually a means to the end. Just like President Trump is using the White House the way the White House should not be used. He's using it for warfare right now in a specific way to get us back to where we need to get. I mean, if anybody goes and reads the founding papers, they would tell you the president should only be seen for a State of the Union speech, War Powers Act, or national disaster. Pretty much we don't ever need the president involved in anything. He's using the cabal type tactics that have been used before against them. I think that's why, Josh may agree or not, that he's bringing back, making the U.S. dollar powerful temporarily in order to control the direction that we really need to go. And then I do believe the Federal Reserve goes, and then we're back on a gold backed, maybe even mineral backed currency. I'd rather defer to the master, Josh, on this one though.
So in 1933, this was when we all think that the big coup happened in 1913. The coup actually happened in 1933.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah. So and the reason I say that is because the original Federal Reserve was set up with a 20-year charter, right? So it was supposed to expire after 20 years. It's just a trial process. So what did they do? They put us through World War I, and then we come out of that, and they started offering massive loans, or basically throwing money at small family banks at almost 0% interest, and these banks were going out there and trying to give it away, and nobody wanted it. So they had to give it away at almost 0% interest and collateralize those loans with people's family farms. That was the roaring 20s. Now you go into 29 when they rug pulled the entire market, JP Morgan, Carnegie, all these guys. And what do? They suck up all those small family banks and the collateral that they held, which was the farmland. Then they let the farmland sit dormant, and this produced the Dust Bowl and the Great Depression. That in 1933, now you have an economic mess throughout the country. You have the end of the 20-year charter, but the U.S. is taking out massive amounts of money, borrowing it from the Federal Reserve, and they owe that to them. The Federal Reserve came out and said, well, hey, you're not canceling our charter, because that was the whole point. They wanted to cancel the charter in 33 under FDR. But they came back and said, no, you have to pay us redeemable in gold for all this, because that's how it was originally written. So this is what brought about a lot of emergency banking powers within 1933. People know as the Emergency Banking Act. One of them was House Joint Resolution 29. And what this did, it was established the Federal Reserve note as well as any other currency Congress deemed as the currency of the United States of America to be traded as U.S. dollars. So what have we seen over the course of the last few weeks? We saw Florida come out there and open up gold and silver as legitimatized currency. We had Texas, gold and silver as legitimized currencies. We got Texas and Florida both working to bring Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as legitimate currencies. So the idea of the dollar in the future is going to be the dollar, but it's going to be something that is a tangible equal digital format. So you're going to have $1 worth of Bitcoin, which will be equal to 1.2 Satoshis. You'll have $1 equivalent of gold, which will be, 0.012 grams or something, of which you can use any of these currencies, but there will be some type of interoperability model that is built into it to where when you transact that, I was talking to my girlfriend about this the other day, and this makes a lot of sense, Scott, because if I go to 7-Eleven right now with a ruble, right, and I give them that money, they're like, oh, we can't accept this. Well, why is that? Because we don't have the financial infrastructure at the 7-Eleven to convert that money, give the appropriate change, and make sure everybody's making a profit, because you got arbitrage, you got back-end deals going on with Forex currencies. But guess what? With blockchain technology, we absolutely have that technology right now. You can walk in with any foreign currency, pay it at any type of convenience store, grocery store, it doesn't matter. You can do it with cryptocurrency, and immediately it's transacted because there's no bank intermediaries.
It's like doing exactly what people do at an airport. They go to the exchange right there. They take their dollars, get out, British pounds or whatever else. They do the exact same thing when you fly into an airport. You're going to a different country, or they're coming here. Same thing, except now it's instant on demand anywhere on earth, right? That's exactly what you're talking about.
And it's not feed to death like currency exchanges are.
Yep, that too.
So
yeah,
Josh,
it eliminates the middleman.
So Josh, you're saying, so if Carnegie and Morgan would have actually got on the Titanic I mean, the Olympia, we wouldn't be in this problem
The
today.
Olympia.
Well, if they got on it, it would have never crashed. We know
Right.
that.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah. Well, our guys should have had a sub out there somewhere, you know.
It's so interesting to look at the significant impact that JP Morgan played in the history of the United States and how drastically different it would be if JP Morgan instead had a heart, had compassion, loved humanity. Because number one, we wouldn't have the Federal Reserve, we wouldn't have the fiat financial banking systems, the central banking cartels, and we'd have Nikola Tesla technology, wireless energy being portrayed all throughout the world right now. We'd probably be 100 to 200 years more advanced than we currently are.
Yeah, that's beautifully said. Him and his brother Rockefeller.
Yeah. Yep. You know, it's interesting about these guys. You see these History Channel specials, and you probably saw, some of you guys probably saw this one, and it came out a few years ago. It was titled the Men Who Built America, and they go down through the criminals. Yep. Rockefeller, and I didn't think Carnegie was one of them. He obviously was, but you go Carnegie, J.P. Morgan. The two that destroyed Tesla was Edison and J.P. Morgan, because they could not have his technology coming out. And I'm just kind of weaving in our conversation so I can get my hit and run comment in here, let you guys pick it up. Among all of these things, I want our 0 point fork in energy. I want it now. That changes everything. The price of everything goes down 98%. And you can go anywhere on the planet. That kicks into anti-gravitics, kicks it into play. It kicks in sonic healing technology. We don't have to worry about roads anymore, concrete jungles. You can, we got to live somewhere close by here because we got to go to a supermarket, whatever. Anti-gravitics, you can live anywhere on Earth. And then, quickly transport, 450 miles away in like 4 minutes to go to the grocery store. And it gives us access to the entire planet. They want us in this model to keep us confined to the planet. If you take, let's just say something this size here, and then you put a pin on this flat surface, and then you slice that pin into a 1/1,000,000th, and that's the amount of the Earth that we have access to as the human species given to us by our Creator, based on their model. We can't get to the rest of the planet because it's inaccessible. Bullshit. It's not inaccessible. You guys can go there anywhere with your technology. We can't. So it changes the whole game there. And I'm just going to keep weaving this into every show because we need, as a society, a civilization, a nation, to keep saying, where the hell's my 0 point energy? You guys have it above and below. We want ours. Changes everything.
Well, we're getting there, but we still have problems with, like we talked about, LA burning. That was direct energy weapon by, this evil cabal. And then we just had in Kerrville all this flooding, which has killed, massive amounts of people, as we're going to find out. And probably a lot of those girls that are missing were snatched. So they have to be destroyed. I think they're being, pushed into a corner and squeezed quite a bit. But until they're defeated, we're not going to get the energy because they're controlling that. And they're trying to put us in 15-minute cities. They want to vaccinate us. They want to kill us off early. They want to keep us sick. So we have to defeat them. And we're at war with them right now. And is there going to be a World War III? Possibility.
Yeah. General Steve Quast was on the Sean Ryan podcast a few months ago. And he's good friends with Donald Trump. He was an advisor during the first Trump administration. He was actually one of the people that was first headed with Space Force. And he said it, and I can't believe the mainstream media didn't pick up on this, but he said that Einstein was wrong. And we know right now through the Air Force Research Lab that Einstein was wrong. Mm-hmm. And so in order for what we're all talking about and want to happen, you have to get through the institutions and the universities. And this is one of the hard pressings that Donald Trump is doing on them to reconvert them and pull them away from the globalist elites and away from the deep state. One of the key points of research that I did when I discovered the whole Q movement and everything like this was understanding what was in Hillary's classified emails, right? So we all heard about how, the Inspector General of the intelligence community testified in front of the House Intelligence Committee, Chaffetz, the chairman, and he was asked, what was in those emails? And he goes, classified. He goes, what was in those emails? And he goes, classified. He goes, I can't tell you, sir. It's classified. He goes, well, do we have to go to a SCIF? You can tell me there. He goes, even if we did, I can't because they're special access programs. And he goes, these are read in and need to know basis only. So when I heard that in 2016, I started researching this massively because it reiterated what a 4-star admiral in 2010, when I was working in Washington, D.C., who I befriended, started to tell me that there was a lot of things happening in our military and that there was people who were bad actors that were selling U.S. secret technology to foreign adversaries for exchange of book deals, for exchange for speeches, and all these things. So I started looking into this, and it was interesting enough. You find out how Hillary Clinton did it with the Horowitz report. I think it's like page 300 of the Horowitz report, where he talks about the home server, and there's a script that runs in the metadata that every time that she replied or forwarded an email from her home server to her State Department email, it would send a blank carbon copy to a Gmail address, which was when they went into the Gmail address, it was all IP logins were offshore of China. And so the question is what emails were those? And that's what the Inspector General Charles McCullough was actually looking into. And he couldn't say it outright, but once Trump came in, we find out what was in those emails. And the reason I know that is because let's just use this logically. You had the China initiative that came about with Trump in 2016. This is when he used the State Department to hamper down and reverse all of Obama's educational exchange programs with China and other countries. So what did Trump do? He had the DOJ arrest 34 college professors at 34 different universities. Among them, a name that we all know, Dr. Charles Lieber, who was involved with the Institute of Virology in Wuhan, the Institute of Technology in Wuhan. He was developing the nanotechnology, which is called nanomesh technology. This is where it kind of gets a little crazy for everybody out there, because you're going to hear some things you've heard before, is these nanobots would latch on to something known as your ACE2 receptors in your cells. They would harness the energy, the heat, metabolic and respiratory energy, transfer that heat into electrical energy, and then send a wireless signal out to other nanobots to control them. Now, you might have heard of the ACE2 receptor because that is the exact same cellular structure in your body that COVID-19 spike protein latched onto and infected the cell, which was, again, nanotechnology. So Charles Lieber was one of many of them. So I go to research Charles Lieber, and guess what? He's got an NSF, National Science Foundation grant that it's classified. I said, wait a minute. He's working on a SAP program or a USAP. So I go to every single one of the 34 professors, and guess what? Every single one of them had either a DARPA, Department of Energy, Department of Defense, NASA grant that was classified. In other words, and they were working on space-based systems, propulsion systems, energy systems, weapon systems, material systems. And I said, what they were doing was getting the black projects out into the universities, exactly what Bob Lazar said 20, 30 years ago, getting them into the university to reverse engineer them. And then they were Hillary Clinton's emails, which, by the way, Jake Sullivan is the one who gave her access to those top secret emails. She was never even supposed to be on them. What was in those emails? It was the university and professors who were getting the grants for these special access program, reverse engineering within the university. So she sends them to China. China comes in, funds that university, grabs that professor, brings him to China, grabs all of his research through force, coercion, through honeypotting operations, threatens them. Now China gets that advanced technology information and begins developing. This is how they develop their military to rival ours in the last 10 years. So, when we start to look at all of that, the technology exists, it's out there. But when we begin to see what's happening right now is Trump has what I call trickle-down disclosure occurring. You have Michael Krasios, the White House technology advisor, who's formerly Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Development at the Pentagon. He comes out and says that we have the ability to manipulate time and space and move anywhere on this planet instantaneously, where time and distance no longer matter. What? You have Dan Driscoll, our Secretary of the Army, coming out saying that I just talked to an astronaut on the moon who's a soldier. What? This is trickle-down disclosure. So they're bringing it. But you know what, Scott? To answer your question really simply in one sentence, and I know people are like, well, you could have done that 10 minutes ago. But to answer your question really simply, we don't have the global infrastructure. Is if we brought ZPMs out right now, if we brought anti-gravitic technology out there, you're talking 500 years of advancement of infrastructure that has to get put in place. With anti-gravitic technology, we know this from the New Jersey drones. We know this from what Matthew Leifelsberger, the Green Beret that was killed on January 1st, told us, is that they use quantum entangled command and control satellites that actually drive these things. And the thing is we don't have the infrastructure in place. We have 100-year-old infrastructure in the United States of America that's running our modern technology. You have to upgrade that complete infrastructure system before you can go in there and pop in your ZPN, before you can go in there and have your anti-gravitic vehicles. But that's the beautiful thing, because everything Trump's doing is building that infrastructure. That's the whole idea, is to build that infrastructure within the next 5 years, so that within 10 years, I think 2027, by the way, is really where things are going to change drastically. And that's when the stuff happens in the sky and they all come down and introduce themselves. And Trump negotiated that back in 2020, by the way, when Trump said he was in or when he was at Walter Reed and he had COVID. We got it from a good contact that he was actually in Antarctica meeting with 3 extraterrestrial races, and that he was going to expose that.
That's interesting. Somebody else told me recently, hey, Couché, told me recently that they back in, maybe it was 2016, they refused to talk to him. And I don't know why. Maybe we weren't in a position yet where it would make a difference or make sense. But in the meantime, what we need to do, in my opinion, as a podcast medium, continue the ball kicking. Keep hitting them in the balls on this, because when it's not just us and it's the common population, come on, man, where is it? Build it faster. You have all the money. We just keep pushing them. Come on, you need to build this faster. We're ready to go. If it doesn't hit the public in terms of their consciousness, this thing could take much longer. But if we all are spreading this constant awareness on this one issue, 0 point energy, free energy, and people begin demanding it, everything moves faster.
Yep. And I'll get into this.
They made a huge leap. They didn't even have telephone poles and all that kind of stuff for telephones, and then they made the leap right to cell phones. Mm-hmm. So we can make those leaps, but the infrastructure that's there is going to keep us moving slower. Yeah, remember, all the people are like, I'm never going to use the internet, but now everybody's using the internet, but because the people that said they're never going to use the internet, they drug things through. And then, of course, we were pushing, don't get the COVID shot. How many people got the COVID shot? 80%. So you're going to have a lot of people do dumb shit. And if you bring in great technology, they're like, I like what I got. I'm cool. It's like, it's going to be, one of those things.
So I'll hit on a couple of these things. After my head had to unexplode after Josh was explaining everything.
I went on an artistic rant. I'm sorry.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was, in fact, I think anybody watching should just clip that segment out, and that should go viral. First thing is, the one person that knew Einstein was wrong was Einstein, by the way, because he knew he was wrong. He had trouble admitting it, but of course everybody knows when he was asked who the smartest person was, he goes, "Don't ask me, ask Nikola Tesla." So
really,
yeah, that's a quote from Einstein. He says, "How does it feel to be the smartest person in the world?" He goes, "I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask Nikola Tesla about that." So he knew who the smartest guy was, and that's why they demonized Nikola Tesla, because he was for we the people. Now, it's interesting you mentioned that series, Scott. I was brainwashed enough to buy the DVD set of that series because I thought it was so cool. And
it was good. It was good.
It was well done, and then you buy into it and you think these are heroes, but they're actually zeros. In what y'all are saying is this whole movement is a movement of acclamation. And I know people have been hearing me say this forever, but it's like beating a dead horse. But the reality is we got here with a frog in the pot. They slowly turned up the heat on us until we didn't even know that we were boiling. In order to reverse it, I think it's the same thing. Slowly, like Josh says, drip, 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 reacclimating to us. Now, Scott, you'll be happy to know in regards to that, I actually have an actual process and a plan with my platform to get us to 0 point energy. And 0 point energy is the ultimate in sovereignty. When we have 0 point energy, there is no more control whatsoever because we are free to do what we want, when we want, how we want. And it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So how do we get there, though? We're not ready for it. We know the infrastructure is not ready for it. So I have a platform. In fact, this is how blessed we are with this campaign. I happened to be in a city over the weekend. Somebody walked up to me. He goes, I need to meet you. I've dropped everything. I was called that I need to meet you. We're in California. He says, I'm from California. He goes, I'm the premier guy when it comes to alternative energy uses. Man, I thought he was going to get windmills and so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. No. This guy knows the good stuff, the big stuff. And he blew me away with his knowledge. And I asked, and I said, I'm looking at this process right now that's going to get us to 0 point energy. What do you think about it? He goes, it's brilliant. Let me tell you all about it. So this is somebody that's going to be on my team in order to transition us to 0 point energy. The reality, though, it's going to take a decade or more to get there. But if we can give you something in the meantime that can reduce your bill by 50 to 80%, that gives you a lot more freedom. And that's what we're working on right now. And this will help, again, transition and acclimate us to this phase.
Now, I think people are going to get scared when I say this because Trump's executive order, the last executive orders freeing up nuclear energy, this actually does a lot of this because one thing that we're going to see in the next 5 years are modular thorium nuclear reactors.
Okay, you just gave it away, Josh. I was trying to hold this until I released my platform, but it's the
got an infiltrator here, Lewis. Already,
I know.
you
What
got
are
an
they doing?
infiltrator.
The abbreviation could be SMR, and you know exactly
He
what
didn't
I'm
sign
talking
the
about.
NDA, so well.
Right. So this is some of the stuff that we're working on is SMR technology, which can be done right now, and it can be done underground without any hazard to the environment. And I'm not going to go into the details of how it can be accomplished because that would be dumb. That's like giving away my game plan. But I can tell you that would be one of the couple things that we would use to transition us to a 0 point energy. And you're dead on.
Yeah, there's
Make a
helium-3
comment on
from
that.
the moon. Oh, go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
We talk about how quickly infrastructure can go up. I don't know of a better, more unbelievable example of a lockdown in COVID in 6 months, literally, when we could actually get out of our houses. I mean, I never stopped, but even though I never stopped moving, all of a sudden one day I'm like, where the hell did all these 5G towers come from? I didn't see anybody out here ever building these things. They exploded like it's like chia pets, a little bit of watering, and next thing you know, 2 days later, it's overrunning your house. You talk about building infrastructure. If that doesn't prove how quickly they can get shit done, if they have the money and the capacity, nothing does. Because I never noticed these things. And I didn't notice them because we were talking about 5G radiation attacks. We weren't there yet. We didn't understand what was going on yet. But all of a sudden, you just passively notice, like, holy shit, these things are everywhere in places you'd never expect them. So,
like around schools and religious institutions, yeah, a lot of them. That's where
in the backyard, quite literally.
Backyard, in your backyard.
Yeah, the modular nuclear reactor is interesting, and one of the other things is you have thorium, and then you have helium-3, which is being mined on the moon right now, and it is in massive quantity on the moon. And those could be so short interim supplementaries that we could see over the next 10 to 20 years while the infrastructure and everything comes out. I don't know. People know that I dabble in physics. I went to school for physics at UC Boulder, University of Colorado Boulder. I've been developing a whole theoretical model, unified field theory, for the last 15 years. And I call it optimization theory. And the reason is because when we look at what's happening, if we want to truly understand it, we have to go back to the ideas of Nikola Tesla. We have to go back to the ideas of what's called a rarefied ether, or something that is an intermediary for how everything happens. And once you start to implement that into the modern scientific construct, everything begins to make sense, and you can resolve so many of the contradictions and ad hoc models that they've created. But that's one of the biggest problems in today's modern world, is that you have a controlled institution, and it's heavily redacted and controlled. And so you have to bring down those walls and barriers before you can even begin to get the research out, and then from the research develop technology, which typically on the commercialization side takes 5 to 10 years to develop. So we're seeing the veil being lifted among that from Trump. I mean, we're moving all the regulations, all the policies, we're releasing all this information, and I think that once people truly see what's happening, we're going to have a decade of innovation, and it is going to be remembered for countless millennia to come.
Josh, got a great idea for you. I do want to switch gears here for a second to kind of align with the title of the show tonight. I have a comment and then sort of a view. Number one, with all this shit, why isn't the top of your head pointed? I can't figure that out. Number two, look, if we want to get infrastructure like really quickly, all we need to do is go strip all of that from underground cities and tunnels all over the planet, put them up on top of the earth. We're good to go.
True. Yeah.
My thoughts. There you go. I mean, if we're thinking this together, guess what? There's a unified field already out there. Have already planned in their own minds. Quantum entanglement. That's where they're going to bring it all above ground, and then we got it. Here's some things we were talking about today. Two things. Trump. Number one, we look at this dynamic of Elon becoming oppositional to Trump. And then, of course, attacking him. And then the Epstein thing comes up. None of these things happen by accident. All these things are part of the plan. Why does Epstein come up in the ethers now? And then, of course, Elon's moved away from Trump, attacking Trump. The reason the files aren't coming out is because Trump's in there. And then, we got Bondi, Cash Patel, Bongino, and now there's all this dissension coming up. They're now looking like they're playing for the other side. I won't even mention the person on X that put this out. I told you, all you people thought this was going to happen, this, and this, and it didn't. Well, now what you're seeing with Patel, Bondi, Bongino, Trump doesn't expose anybody. He puts them in positions of power to expose themselves. I can't make a judgment on who these people really are. Let's back to the white hat, black hat thing. Are they white hats? Are they black hats? Is this a reveal, or is it a direction of political narrative to seed the consciousness here? Number one, and number two is, what does it look like the game plan that Trump and the military have deployed using these kind of tactics? Is it to bring things back into the consciousness? People are pissed off because all of a sudden Trump's like, well, let's just move on from the Epstein thing. My theory is, and this came out of a conversation I think today with you, Lewis, or somebody else, but my theory is, again, just like the whole being able to dig into the tax records of a U.S. president, right? Trump fought it the whole way to the Supreme Court. He had nothing to hide, period. Military intelligence vetted this guy before they ever put him in the role. He was bulletproof, squeaky clean. They had nothing on this guy because he's been clean pretty much all of his life for this time. So now that they let them and they just kept baiting him in, they took it clear to the Supreme Court, right? And the corrupt Supreme Court says, yes, you can look at his former tax records. What did it do? It set the stage for now that weapon to be turned on these scumbags to go after every congressman, every senator, get into their tax record, clean house. My guess is this is kind of similar with what Trump's doing. Trump doesn't want the Epstein list to come out because he's in there. Now, let's say he is or he isn't. So they continue to push us off to the side, piss off the country, all the people we want to see, heads removed from shoulders here. Now we're just going to move on. So what happens? The Democrats are like, bullshit. We want the people that would never want the Epstein list out there. We want that Epstein list. And they're just going to go nuts and keep hammering away, because Trump's in there. And what happens? Then they go down through, they start revealing it all. There's no Trump anywhere. But it outed every one of these scumbags, with the Democrats kind of like in support. Same fashion with Jeff Sessions. Same fashion. Jeff Sessions recused himself, so Rosenstein takes over the whole Russia collusion thing. Trump's pissed, attacking Jeff Sessions. We know was all theater because they didn't want. And who threatened Trump with removal of Sessions? They hate Sessions. They've all. Hated forever.
There he goes.
Now, all of a sudden, you've got the Hollywood left lunatics. You have the Democrats and everybody on their side threatening Trump. If you remove Sessions, then we are going to impeach you. Why? They hate people like Sessions. The reason they didn't want that to happen, because they knew the new AG would come in and they would go right into the Russia. They'd take back the Russia collusion investigation, Rosenstein, a criminal, crook, traitor, and then they're screwed. But you just watch these people, watch them circle the wagons around and try to protect Jeff Sessions. These are the things that I found remarkable in their plan. I mean, they know human behavior and sociology better than anybody. They know it as well as the cabal does. I think they're using those weapons against them. And those are two examples of how that worked. What's happening here with this whole Elon Musk, Trump DJTs in the files? Trump's like, let's move on. People are pissed at Bondi, Bongino, and Cash. What do you think's playing out here?
The art of the war.
Great job. Okay, next question.
Let me add to that.
That sums it right up.
Yeah, it really does, right? So that's what's going on. But you know what? I think there's another facet here I find interesting. People are very upset with me on X right now because I'm telling everybody that if Trump is the man I think he is, he understands that the ultimate goal is for we, the people, to run things, not a higher position. Therefore, he's challenging us to say, hey, love you, man, but no, we're not going to put up with that. We are here to save the kids. We need to see prosecutions in regards to this. I believe he's testing and challenging his supporters to say, dude, no, not on this one. We must have prosecutions here. So people are going, oh, how dare you do that, Lewis? No, I believe that's exactly what he's looking for, because if we do not claim our personal sovereignty first, forget about the paperwork, just our personal sovereignty first. If we don't claim that, and if we don't stand up and say, yo, brother, you work for us, we're in the same exact place, whether he comes in on his white shiny horse and saves us or not. When we say, hey, we the people take accountability, and guys, you work for us, that's it. When we get over that hump as a whole, and I believe he'll give us a big thumbs up for pushing back in a nice way. Like, dude, Mr. President, I completely support you, but not on this issue. We absolutely must take care of the kids and have full disclosure after prosecutions, by the way. And that's where I think a lot of people are missing the boats. They all want the names. Dude, you don't want the names until they're prosecuted, or they're just going to run into the dumbs and for the hills.
It's the same thing that happened with the COVID warp speed vaccination program. Basically put it on us to see the corruption that was going on with that program. And we're seeing the same thing with, Epstein, P. Diddy, you name the different ones. There's so many out there. So everybody, demands justice right now. But if you don't take care of other things first, then you're not going to get justice ever. The judicial system has to be taken down. We saw that with P. Diddy in Manhattan, the worst, most corrupt, judicial system in the country. And, he got off on 3 counts, major counts. There's so much information there that could have been released, and they didn't do it. And so it's the same thing we went through the last 4 years, exposure, seeing, the corruption, laying it out there, letting everybody see, what it is, getting the narrative out there. So like you talked about, Scott, now the Democrats are demanding it. And they have to, because if everyone's not demanding it, of course, I think the Democrats are the worst ones as far as that stuff. And I think we're going to find that out. That's another thing. So if they push this and release those lists, we're going to do away with Congress, and we're going to do away with the Senate, and we're not going to get anything done. Let's get some stuff done and then expose that list. I think that's where we're at right now.
Let me jump
following up on what I'll say. One thing, following up what you just said, Mike. And here's the thing, folks. You got to remember. Correct me, Mike, if I'm wrong. But we know Diddy is guilty of all this shit because we've seen enough information, testimony, whatever.
Epstein
now.
2.0.
Yeah, and so here's a reality. People think, oh, this is a dead stick now. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not.
It's the intelligence agencies, and don't think for a moment.
Did you hear what I said when I froze, or I froze for a second?
We didn't. We locked you after dead stick.
Okay, my point was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike. Double jeopardy doesn't apply with military tribunals or treason. he can be tried again by the military in a tribunal for treason for this shit. He might get off in their corrupt admiralty system. And people say you can't try him again. It's double jeopardy. Not when it's a military tribunal system. Am I right?
That's right. And we're at war right now. So
Yeah.
War.
Well, I have a theory on this. And I was exposing Diddy in connection to Burkle. That whole series I did went very viral. I know, Scott, you and I talked about that in length here. I have a theory on this. Diddy already went through a tribunal before the FBI picked him up.
Interesting.
And here's why I say that. Because I think this is more about disclosure. And I said this on day one. When the FBI picked him up, where did he go? He went to the Southern District of New York, where things go to die. Who they appoint as the prosecutor? Comey's daughter. So to me, it was strike one, strike two, strike three in that order. And I was saying out there, guys, this is going to end up being a nothing burger. Don't get upset at the end. This is where things go to die. It's intentional. I believe that he probably already went through a tribunal, and this is the show horse that they had to show in order to wake us up.
The pantomime.
Yep.
You did say that. We talked about this a long time ago, and you did say that, and I agree with you completely.
Interesting.
I said it right after we got snatched up. I said, this is what we're looking at.
So this is where I love the setup there, Lewis, because this makes this so much more impactful of what I'm about to say. So what if you knew something
like nothing you say is not impactful, Josh?
Finally, Josh, we've been waiting for something impactful.
Make a point.
Make a good camera action.
Make a good point for Christ's sakes already.
So what if you knew something enormous was coming, something huge, something bigger than you could ever imagine? That if you did this, if you're the president and your DOJ did this, you're going to be ridiculed. You're going to be criticized. No one's going to believe you. They're going to believe that you're abusing your power, seizing your power. And even regular day average Americans, the left, the moderates, are all going to turn on you, even probably your own base, if you did this. Let's say that this thing is the arrest of a former presidential administration, Obama, Biden. You have Clinton, Brennan, Comey, Jake Sullivan, all of these figures, that you're going to take them all down. But you can't do that right now. The country would turn on you. They'd be like, what the hell is going on? Donald Trump is weaponizing the DOJ against all these people. What did poor Barry do, right? Because here's the thing. Unlike us and the audience out here, Democrats, moderates, liberals, independents, normies, they haven't spent countless hours researching this stuff. They don't know what we know.
Yep.
That's the thing we have to understand. So how do you bring the people to the precipice? Well, look what we just saw over the course of the last few weeks. Elon Musk comes out with this Fox feud with Donald Trump, right? Scott Pruitt gives him a nice punch in the eye, and he comes out and says, Trump's on Epstein's list. That's why they're not releasing it. The media goes crazy. Well, what happened on the day that the FBI memo came out? Elon comes out and says, Steve Bannon is on Epstein's list. Now, who are the two most persecuted people in Trump's former administration? Trump and Bannon. Now, did anybody here know that in 2018, the summer of 2018, Steve Bannon filmed a 15-hour-long documentary with Jeffrey Epstein at Jeffrey Epstein's house in his vault, and the footage has never been released by court order? Now, let me ask you this. Steve Bannon left in just the end of 2017, right before he went and spent 6 months with Jeffrey Epstein. He left the Trump administration and then goes and spends 6 months with Jeffrey Epstein. And then the next year, Jeffrey Epstein is arrested. Wait a minute here. Let's follow this out for a second. Has anybody ever heard of 18 USC 3521?
Of course, we all have.
WITSEC, right? So what happens when you have a high-profile witness that you want to get out and testify later on? Remember the rumors from the former mob informant that said that Bill Barr visited Jeffrey Epstein the day of his death in jail? What was Bill Barr doing there? He was signing the deal. What was the 15 hours of testimony with Bannon? It was 15 hours of confessional testimony, putting out the names, connecting the dots, giving that information over the Donald Trump, the Trump card.
So they got all this before they picked him up at Teterboro Airport.
Exactly what just happened with Diddy.
Holy shit,
they
man.
got him before that, and then his death is not a death. It's witness in 18 USC 3521. You can fake the death of an individual. It's legally authorized through the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. So they pull Epstein out. They probably got him somewhere. Now, let me ask you this, because this is where it begins to make so much more sense. If Donald Trump's Trump card is compromised, is the compromise of Wiener's laptop, is the compromise of Epstein files, which the Epstein files span 3 decades, include former and current heads of state all over the world, power brokers, UN, globalist elites. I mean, everybody's implicated. If Donald Trump held that, how easy is it now for him to renegotiate the world of trade deals? What did he do on the exact day that the FBI memo came out? He sent out the trade deals to all these heads of state, right? He wore a yellow tie at the press conference when he was talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Why are we talking about Jeffrey Epstein? What? Pam, do you even want to answer this question? He's wearing a yellow tie. In maritime law or maritime organization, yellow flag is the Q flag, Quebec flag, which means that my ship, when I'm coming in the port, is free from disease. In other words, Donald Trump was signaling to us because right after this, he says the media has declined 17% in their ratings. He's hinting towards us. Q tie, the Q tie that he's wearing. What is he hinting towards us? I'm not compromised. I'm not under duress. There's hidden meaning here. 17. Look at it. Think about it. And what he's trying to show us is that he's using the Epstein files to renegotiate trade deals around the world, to control various actors. Now, this is where I'm going to say this, and you guys can agree or disagree, and I think that I'm spot on with this. Thomas Crooks, who tried to assassinate Donald Trump at Butler, PA, had 2 foreign entities on his phone. One we heard was Iran. The other we know was Israel. Why would Israel have tried to run that up? The reason Israel tried to run that up is because Donald Trump had the Epstein files. He had the compromise, which implicates Netanyahu. It implicates Shin Bet. It implicates the Mossad, the MI6. It implicates all of these, what I call the global intelligence apparatus, all of the intelligence agencies. It implicates them on treason against the United States of America, against their own countries. And Donald Trump held the door, so they tried to take him out, and they missed. So what do you see right next is Israel bowing down to Donald Trump when they realized they couldn't stop him. And this is why we saw with that whole Iran debacle that we talked about a few weeks ago that Netanyahu is working for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not working for Netanyahu. Netanyahu and Israel are under the power and control of Donald J. Trump, as with Saudi Arabia, as with so many other countries in this world. And he's using the compromise as high-level leverage. And Michael will tell you, if you have compromising material on someone in intelligence, it is more valuable and more powerful unreleased than it is released. It's weaponized. And that's what we are seeing right now.
I can actually give you an antidote of that. But Mike, I'll let you talk first because I know this is more of your expertise.
Yeah, so basically what we're seeing right now, we're seeing the military maneuver is going to start to happen pretty soon here. So Donald Trump today was pretty much in the White House getting briefed on what's coming. If I watched Monkey Works earlier, because I'm feeling this, I'm like, something's really, really, in the works because everything's too quiet. I've been in this situation many times. So, and Monkey Works is showing how everything's starting to move, getting ready for something big, guys. So I think we're going to see some serious military maneuvers, and it's because Trump controls everything, and they don't like it, and they're trying to take that away from him. $40 million hit on Trump right now from Iran. They just put it out. So what do you think is going to happen to Iran? He's going to blow the hell out of them, right? I said this a while ago. It's not done yet. Those B-2 bombers, that was the beginning strike.
Well, and we got 2 factions in Iran, right?
Yeah,
Iran's in the middle of a coup.
Exactly.
Iran's in the
one
middle of a coup.
that's not working it needs a little help, evidently.
The clergy and the mullahs and the Ayatollah Khamenei or whoever they got in his place versus the IRGC and President Pezeshkian, who are the ones negotiating with Trump. Right. And called the ceasefire. That's why when the ceasefire was called, Iran's like, we didn't do a ceasefire. What are you talking about? And then 5 minutes later, they're like, yeah, we did. It's all good. Because there's 2 factions fighting for power and control in Iran right now. And there's been military operations internally happening in Iran. And, Donald Trump said something interesting, Mike, on his Truth Social after all of that. He said that we just destroyed the largest nuclear weapon ever created. What? Firstly, Iran only had enough uranium to build about 9-10 megaton bombs. In other words, what we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I mean, this isn't the Tsar bomb from Russia, which is the largest nuclear bomb ever made. So what's he talking about there? From what we got in Ashton Forbes was on top of this, he was talking about plasma-directed energy weapons. But we know China, the Mohan China jumbo jet were flying in. They're sanctioned by the U.S. We're flying into Iran after this. And I said that I got it from good people in intelligence that they were coming in and grabbing the uranium and the materials and take them out of Iran. But in other words, China was helping Iran develop a weapon. Now, what was it? It was a plasma bomb, which a plasma bomb will do just as much damage as a tactical nuke, except there's no radiation. But it also brings a higher impactful EMP along with it. And it incinerates anything in its path. And this is what we think that Iran was actually building, they were building it along with China, because how does China weaponize something like that? Well, they can weaponize it through proxy, like Iran in the Middle East, to control that whole area, right? So it's a crazy time to be alive, and I agree, Mike. I don't think that the military stuff is off the list. I think that we're ramping right now for potential conflict.
That would be like us during dropping the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So they were like, that changed the world.
Yep.
So if they were to drop a plasma bomb, then everyone else would have to go, whoops, right? You guys are in charge.
Yeah,
so,
it makes everything else for the warfighter obsolete.
Right.
So I think you're. I think. Oh, sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
I was going to say, this isn't a curveball, but somebody just brought this up in the chat, and they mentioned, I was on with Dave Scarlett and SG and Juan about 10 days ago, roughly. And Dave Scarlett said, the Ayatollah's in a box. Later on in the show, I said, my belief is that regime's been dealt with. My belief is they're taken out already. And now the maneuvering's happening similar to what you had just said, Josh. I didn't see it from that point of view because I never considered it. But, and then Dave, when I brought that up later on, Dave said, well, Scott, what I meant by what he got from 2 active duty generals is that the Ayatollah's in a box. He said literally in a coffin in the ground. I'm like, whoa, okay. That changes everything. You see that factoring in here in what you just said? That internal battle.
Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, it was interesting, Scott, because he took 2 weeks to make his first public appearance. And here's the question is, I can't decipher if that was AI or not that we saw him on television.
That's what I was going to say. It had to be. Look, if he's gone, it's absolute. Like
I think it happened.
Yeah.
The day of, I got some really good reports that multiple clerics, including him, were taken out.
Yep.
The day of, and it was pre-planned, and even Trump told him ahead of time to the IGRC that this is what we're going to do, and they gave him a thumbs up. So that's what I kind of heard. Now, in regards to Mike, what you were saying about even people working for us are compromised. I had a phone call. So something happened in a certain state in regards to an election in a GOP that I happened to be, wouldn't say intimately involved in, but at least Copus knew the players of what's going on and saw it for what it was. And there was a guy that was going to be president of GOP that was so we the people, it was just beautiful. He had all the votes, it was lined up. And then at the 11th hour, people that are working with Trump came in and they said, oh, Trump just endorsed so-and-so. And everybody needs to put their money behind, their vote behind them. Sure enough, that person that Trump endorsed got in as the president of this certain GOP. So what happened is I knew somebody in the Trump administration. So I texted them, as sometimes I can do, and I lit them up. I said, are you guys in your effing crystal palaces, calling the shot from on high, blah, 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 blah. What the hell is this? We finally have a We the People guy, and you torch it, you tank it. I was losing my shit. I just got to be honest with you. That's what was happening. No response for 3 days. And this person always gets back to me, usually right away. 3 days later, he calls me. And he was I think he's waiting to see if I was calmed down. He's like, he heard me out, and he said, let me tell you what's at play. He says, right now, because we are in a war, right? Sometimes it's better to have somebody that is compromised, somebody that we have information on, because they know they will go lockstep in the direction of what we have. And he said, we the people, guy like you, Lewis, is the future, but right now that may not help with this plan because you won't follow what we need to be followed. And I said, okay, I had it explained to me deeper. And I said, you know what? I don't like it, but I understand from a warfare tactics. I get it. And then I did some research and looked at another state that the exact thing was going on. And this person is actually in Congress and is a huge supporter, lockstep with everything President Trump is doing. I had the same information on that person. So it really adds up and makes sense, Mike, what you were saying about this.
Yeah, I mean, if the guy's dead, then I would say that the former the mullahs are out, and maybe the other guy that comes in, who's the palace guy, whatever, what's his name?
Pezeshkian, you have the president Pezeshkian, and the way that Iranian government works is kind of interesting. You have the Iranian army, which works for the parliament. You have the IRGC, which works for the clergy. Then you have the president, and then you have the mullahs and the clergy up here. And what we heard was was the clergy and the mullahs, that their power has been removed, but they're still there and have certain factions of power. And it was the IRGC internally that is forming that coup on them, and they're trying to fight it off, but they're losing horribly because there's still IRGC hardliners that are with the clergy and the mullahs.
Well, you know who they need, and this is going to be a surprise to people. And I was just telling somebody about this that I know is from Iran. They need, as happened before, they need the students to step up and support, because the students have so much gravitas when they are running these public things and pushing back against the government. I know they got beat down and shut down before, but this would be the perfect time for the students in Iran to do it, because they really got traction before. Now I think this time could put them over the top.
Yeah, now they got a guy that can help deliver their victory.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I think we're going to see that grassroots social revolution in Iran play out over the next year.
Mike? Yeah, I think that Pahlavi, that's who I was trying to think of. I think if he comes back in, he's even said, I will be the transition. And I think he would bring in a lot of, the world. Because like we were talking about, the students just did it. They're not going to get any recognition, I don't think. The people, if they do it. So there's I've heard a lot of people talking, they've been on different talk shows, and they're like, the people need to take over. And I've been in the Middle East. It's not going to get any recognition. So you need someone to make that transition. Now, a lot of people are scared that this guy's going to come in and he's just going to, do the old Shah, control system and he's going to get puppeted by, MI6 and CIA and all that kind of stuff like the last one was. I don't see that. But, that's for the people to decide too. So that's when, like we're talking about, the students revolted. And I think that with this guy, they can start to have free and fair elections and really make things go in the right direction. But the fact that it hasn't happened yet, and I felt that if it's a long period of time, like we've seen, and it doesn't happen, it's not a good sign.
Last question, guys. We can go for a little while on this, but how does this factor in to that drop we're all waiting for, saving Israel for last? What is that shaping up like now?
I think Israel and America are one and the same. So the save for last is basically clean out the corrupt side. I think the corruption is going to be cleaned out in America, is being cleaned out. And once it is, then Israel gets cleaned out. So I think Israel and America are the same. And that's going to be very interesting, I think, going forward. So when we have the tribes of Israel, basically, Babylonian king came in and took over and they scattered. I think a lot of them came to America. And
they're saying multiple sources have said from extensive research, and you've had her on recently as well, Mike, is Sheila Holm, that the lost tribes of Israel are the native tribes of the United States.
Right.
That's why they had to decimate them, because they were put here because they were going to live in this realm of Gaia, the connection, angelic connection with Mother Gaia, and be able to create in their own sense this Eden, and then they had to turn. They brought them in here, and they had to. Why would you just wipe out these beautiful people? Call them savages. Hell, I remember played cowboys and Indians. I didn't realize I was an Indian. I was pretending I was a cowboy shooting my cousins right over here in the hill. And but then you learn about what they could have contributed to the Europeans coming in here and created basically a utopia. Yet on the other hand, they're slaughtering them, giving them disease blankets. I mean, how do you murder 20 or 30 million buffalo? I mean, for what reason? Obviously, to take out their food supply. The gravity of the annihilation of anything good in this country started back then. President, military, etc. It's a travesty that we never talk about. We talk about genocide around the world, and I've heard this many times. Black America, Democrats, we need reparations for Black America. I'm like, absolutely, I'm all for that. Right after we rectify the worst and what happens to Native Americans, land stolen, cultures destroyed, some completely wiped out. Okay, let's take care of that first. Then we'll have the conversation.
Yep.
Right? Trail of Tears was, I'm probably lucky to be alive, coming from the Cherokee Nation. Lucky we're here. They damn near took out all of them just in this horrific travesty there. You guys pick up on the next question or two. I think I'm questioning.
I got to roll here in a minute, but I wanted to just comment on Save Israel for Last. I think that we're seeing it. And what I think is that we have to define that. What does that really mean, right? Saving Israel for last. And I think what it means is that we remove the Samson option. Number one is we remove Israel's coercive force blackmail from the Western world, which is 180 nukes pointed at us, right? Mm-hmm. So that's number one. Number two is you remove the deep state intelligence apparatus from Israel, which would be parts of the Mossad, parts of Shin Bet that are integrated within this deep state apparatus. You remove the political deep state, and that I believe that does include Netanyahu, freeing up all of that. And so I think that's what it means by saving Israel for last is kind of removing all of those parts. The same thing that, like we're saying, the same thing that's in the United States. There's one and the same, and we have to uproot the deep state here in the United States and get rid of that. Look how long that's taken. That's a decade, right? Mm-hmm. So you have to do the same thing that we're doing here there. And I think that it's been in progress for a while. And I think that with Donald Trump having the keystone, the Epstein files, the keystone that brings everything together. You got to remember, the Epstein files, they tie in, let me see, WikiLeaks emails, they tie in the 2016 election corruption, they tie in COVID-19, they tie in the 2020 election. It brings everything together because all of those players and actors are directly affiliated with all of this. So I think that with Trump having that as his trump card and kind of letting the world know by basically saying, hey, we're not releasing this. It's a nothing burger. There's nothing here. He's telling the global elite, he's telling world leaders, I got this information, you son of a bitches. And so when I come knocking on your door, you better answer and you're going to do some deals with me. That's what the message he's sending in private. And I think that is going to completely revolutionize the ability for Trump to renegotiate the world, especially.
I'll tell you what, I believe that Israel will go fast. Like you said, it's taken 10 years to get rid of the deep state here. You get rid of the deep state here, you just took care of 80% of the deep state in Israel.
Agreed.
Yep.
20% is left.
What we're seeing is a Trojan horse operation. Some of you have already heard me say this. So I call it the Trump's Trojan horse. And in regards to this, is you have the construct of the Zionist Khazarian mafia factions, right? Which is what is propped up Israel and the United States for several decades. Most people know that story. So how does President Trump take down the Khazarian mafia, the Israel faction of that, and the Zionists? How does he do that? He has to cozy up to them as close as he possibly can. He has to put Zionists into his cabinet. He has to act as if he is aligned with Israel in lockstep, because what can they do? They always throw out the anti-Semite. So if he pretends publicly that he is so tight, and if you look at the rhetoric, he looks tighter with Israel than virtually any president in the past. I mean, he's just so lockstep. But what is he doing while he's tight with them? He's cutting their legs off. He's removing their foundation. They're going to dismantle Big Pharma, which is a whole Zionist Khazarian mafia controlled remnant. dismantling the central banking system, which is the Zionist-controlled, Khazarian Rothschild-controlled mechanism, dismantling the media as we know it, revamping the military-industrial complex into something completely different, revamping technology into something completely different. What is he doing? Is he's completely destroying their foundation, so they're going to fall within themselves. And you know what nobody can do while he's doing it? They can't say he's an anti-Semite, because he's cozied up to him so close. It's like he's hugging them, but he's squeezing them so hard, they're destroying themselves. And I think that's what's going on, and just absolutely brilliant.
Right. So he's also pushed on Biden's doctor to come in and testify, Trump, to come in and testify about Biden's health. And he's like, he's not going to do it. And so he's pleading the fifth, and he's not going to come in. Because imagine if he did, and they're going to be like, well, why didn't you say like 4 years ago, however long, that he was incapable, he was incompetent? Why didn't you? So he would be held accountable. And then we would start looking at all the people that did the signings. Who did that? And so you would see a domino effect. And then you would see the COVID-19 push and all the doctors that are involved in that and the nurses that are involved with that. So you would see a massive domino of people that would be going to prison, all people that are in Congress and Senate. It's devastating. So it has to be done in its own time and in its own way. And I think Trump, making the deals like we've all been talking about, is the way that this works the best.
Makes good sense. Somebody put in here that precision timing is everything.
Yep.
Very true.
5D chess.
Well, gentlemen, it was great having you on. When we have some things that are emerging here, it's always fun to put together the emergency broadcast. Folks, we'll continue this series as things emerge, which we think is mission priority to get information out or perspectives out. We'll be circling back around. Don't know when that is. Could be a week, could be 2 weeks. We'll see. There's so much shit happening now. This is becoming so much fun. All the fun these ice holes we're having between 2024. Look how it turned. We're having fun every single day we wake up. It's like, where's the next target? Just open your bedroom door. It's right in front of you, everywhere, every day. So, guys, thanks for the great work you guys continue to do. You guys are to top the echelon of the people that are delivering great value here in the podcast world. I had a couple who couldn't make it tonight, but they're in that group too. Great work again, gentlemen. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having us. Great time.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Patriots, God bless you. Hope you enjoyed that round table. It was pretty good. Josh Reed, Michael Jaco, Scott McKay. Who else am I forgetting? Louis Herms. Louis Herms would make a great governor for California. I kind of hope he wins. It's kind of leadership we need. Anyway, guys, that's all I got for you tonight. I'll be on sometime tomorrow. It'll probably be a shorter show, though. I got a lot to do before I leave Monday. All next week, I'll be coming to you from the road. It'll be a fun week for all of us, I think. So, and thank you to all of you that have helped make that happen for me, and to Chris and Lee, who are specifically helping with the details. God bless you both. Best audience ever here. We can accomplish anything we want together, Patriots. We're going to get through this together, that's for sure. So tomorrow is the anniversary of Trump being shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. That's wild. Can't believe it's been a year. We've come so far in a year. I mean, a year ago, we were really lost talking about some of this stuff, so we're growing. Anyway, my friends, I will see you sometime tomorrow. God bless you and much love. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Love you guys.